mutig und kühn, die Führung
Hitler's darkest secrets
Reiches und Volkes fordere, anderes Volk nicht.
and most terrifying weapons. Lost below the waves. Until now. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can. Using the latest underwater scanning technology, piercing the deep oceans, and turning accurate data into 3D images. This time, was Australia's most prized warship destroyed by a Nazi secret weapon? What made this killer U-boat invisible? And how close did Hitler come to building an atomic bomb? Hitler's ambition was global. As the waters of Northern Europe drain away, they reveal evidence of the Nazis' most terrifying weapon of all. Norway. Lake Tinn. How did a secret operation here destroy a Nazi nuclear dream?
At the bottom, there's this Nazi secret. No one can be sure about what's down there.
During World War II, Nazi scientists begin the race to harness atomic power.
Hitler's dream was to develop this bomb that could really devastate and destroy London. Turning the war in the blink of a second. That was his dream.
But the Nazis need a crucial ingredient to make an atomic bomb. It's called heavy water.
Heavy water was a vital component of the attempt of the Germans to get their nuclear reactor to work. It's chemically hydrogen, but it's heavier. It's twice the weight.
The world's largest producer of heavy water is near Lake Tinn in Norway. Vemork Power Plant, once the world's largest hydroelectric power station. It's this energy that powers the creation of the precious heavy water. April 9th, 1940. Germany invades Norway.
The Nazis were eager to get control of the heavy water at the Vemork plant, due to the reason that they wanted to use it as a cooling aid in their nuclear reactor. In 1942, at the peak of the production here at Vemork, they produced as much as 1,000 kilos of heavy water.
Over a ton is a big step towards building Hitler's first nuclear reactor.
It looked as if Germany might well get a nuclear bomb quickly, and the Allies were obviously very concerned about that. Churchill wanted the heavy water plant to be destroyed.
Vemork Power Plant becomes a priority target for Allied air raids and sabotage. Damage like this eventually forces the Nazis to safeguard their stockpile of the precious commodity. February 20th, 1944. The Nazis plan to move almost a year's output of heavy water by train from Vemork. The carriages will cross Lake Tinn by ferry. From here, the cargo will travel to Germany, to the site of a nuclear reactor. Soldiers load around 40 barrels onto railway carriages. The hydro ferry departs, but it never reaches its destination. At 10:45 in the morning, it sinks. The cargo tumbles into the water. 27 people are rescued. 26 go down with the ferry, mostly innocent civilians. For decades, the hydro ferry and her secret wartime cargo lie hidden in the dark waters. Until now. Fredrik Soreda is a maritime archaeologist. He has studied this area for over 20 years.
I'm standing on the shores of Lake Tinn. It's a very dramatic lake in Norway. It's got high mountains up to 1,000 meters around it, and the lake is very deep, so it actually goes down to 460 meters. For decades, this lake had a big secret. And to be able to uncover that secret, the whole lake had to be explored.
1,500 feet is too deep for divers. So Fredrik works with an expert in remotely operated vehicles, Thor Olav Sperre.
So today we have the remotely operated vehicle. It is used to go down to the shipwreck so that we can film it and also make a lot of other interesting documentation.
They're equipping the ROV with the latest multi-beam sonar technology, allowing them to probe the darkest depths.
Take it up and then we can load a new profile and then start doing the other tests. Yeah.
Multi-beam sonar fires sound waves to the lake floor. The return signal displays the shape and depth of the features beneath.
It becomes then a very detailed image, and that's what we're looking at. That's what we want.
And Thor Olav knows where to look. He's been fascinated by the story of the lost ferry for years, and he was one of the first to find the wreck. Now, he's back, with powerful new scanning equipment and cameras that will finally give him the most detailed record of what's down there. Eventually, a ghostly shape looms into view. The icy depths of the freshwater lake have preserved the decades-old secret.
Oh, there we go.
Coming in there.
Oh, there it is.
I see the rail
Where are we now?
on starboard.
Very nice. The superstructure is still standing there, and we can see a lot of things on board still.
Yeah. We're only 3.5 meters above it.
Oh, look, that's is that a railway carriage? Or?
Yes, it is. Upside down.
It's upside down. So it's been thrown over. Yeah, that's the wheels.
The cargo on these carriages was once destined for Nazi Germany. Instead, it lies deep in the darkness of a Norwegian lake. But why is the ferry here? For the very first time, the waters of Lake Tinn drain away to reveal the true picture. Using multi-beam sonar data combined with cutting-edge computer graphics, the lake's astonishing underwater landscape comes clearly into view. The first clue lies in the shape of the valley itself. There are steep banks which descend 1,500 feet down to the bottom of one of the deepest lakes in Europe. As the waters of the lake drain fully away, the drowned ferry is brought back into the light of day for the first time in over 70 years. First, the stern of the 170-foot-long vessel, tilting downwards. Then, the wreckage of the railway carriages and the captain's wheelhouse. The spread of the wreckage is firm evidence of a catastrophic, sudden sinking.
Here we can clearly see the wreck, and we can see the wheelhouse up here.
Yeah.
And we can see there's something behind here. Maybe
The bow is probably down in the mud.
So what wrecked the ferry? The answer is one of the most daring sabotage operations of World War II. Norwegian resistance fighters learn about the Nazi heavy water shipment. They are ordered by London to stop it at all costs. The night before the ferry departs, under cover of darkness, the saboteurs board the vessel and place a time bomb set to detonate at a precise moment, then leave the ship to its fate.
The saboteurs knew the stakes couldn't be higher. They had to stop the transportation to Germany.
Draining Lake Tinn reveals that the ferry is precisely targeted to sink in the deepest part of the lake. No Nazi diver can ever retrieve the barrels of heavy water from these depths. But is the ferry carrying enough heavy water to give Hitler an atomic bomb? Draining Lake Tinn in Norway reveals an infamous Nazi nuclear secret strewn across the lake bed. Was there enough heavy water on board to make the Nazis' nuclear bomb program go critical?
After the ferry went down, there was a lot of speculation that the heavy water on board the Hydro had been replaced by normal water because it was so lightly guarded. So we wanted to go down and take up a barrel to prove that this was, in fact, the heavy water that was being shipped to Germany.
The team has already examined 3 barrels from the depths. Testing samples taken from inside the barrels proves that they do contain heavy water. But was the ferry's cargo large enough to help Hitler build an atomic bomb? The only way to find out is to probe the darkness of Lake Tinn and see how many barrels are left. Draining the waters of this Norwegian lake unlocks the answers. Amazingly, still intact after more than 70 years. First, 1 barrel on the deck, then 2 more spilled over the side. Then 2 others, 60 feet from the wreck site. That's 5 barrels visible around the wreck.
Well, you can still see numbers on the barrels, yeah. We believe that maybe 10 barrels floated because they were not full. And we have picked up 3 barrels.
With at least 18 barrels accounted for, and using the scan data as a guide, the survey team can calculate where the others are.
We believe that most of the other barrels are actually on board the ferry still. underneath turned over carriages.
That's about half a ton of heavy water. Enough to be a vital missing component for the Nazis' nuclear reactor.
After the war, those involved in the German nuclear program said that the loss of the heavy water was absolutely decisive and stopped their reactor program in its tracks.
Es war die große Not unseres Volkes.
Nazi secret weapons are deployed across the globe,
Die uns einst ergriffen hat.
including the Indian Ocean. Draining the waters here, off the coast of Western Australia, reveals two shattered wrecks. What appears to be a German merchant ship and HMAS Sydney. This mighty Australian warship disappears in November 1941. Will draining HMAS Sydney uncover the mystery of what happened in the national disaster?
For the Australians, the loss of the Sydney almost became something like a national trauma. It was the pride of the Australian Navy. Not knowing about her final resting place and the fate of her crew puzzled the Australians for decades.
After the war, a German captain, Theodor Detmers, claims to have defeated the Sydney in battle. Few Australians trust the German captain's account. He had abandoned his ship, the Cormoran, which was reportedly nothing more than a cargo vessel. And there was no evidence of a battle. The only way to know for sure is to find both ships. The vessel Geosounder begins a remarkable search off the coast of Western Australia. Equipped with new scanning technology and supported by the Australian government, the expedition is led by one of the world's top wreck hunters, David Mearns.
The atmosphere was very tense, very pressured. I had to locate not just one ship, but two ships.
The search area is huge. But amazingly, the captain of the Cormoran left an account containing vital clues to where his ship went down. Mearns homes in on an area 125 miles off the coast.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
This is exactly what you're looking for.
After 12 days at sea, a sign.
Here we go.
Here's the rest.
Yeah.
There it is, the shadow. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Just as Mearns hoped, by using the captain's account as a guide, he's found the Cormoran. Is he close to finding the Sydney, too?
Everything all up there.
Just 4 days later, the missing warship comes into view.
It came up on the screen suddenly, and we knew immediately that was the Sydney. It was just total elation that we had found it. We got it. That's it. That's HMAS Sydney.
At a depth of 1.5 miles, it's too deep to dive, so an ROV explores the wreck site.
Something. That's it. Run it. There's a gun. It's it. That's the one.
Oh, stop right
That's
there.
it. Wow.
Oh, look at that.
Among the ruins of a savage fight to the death are chilling reminders of this ship as a war grave for 645 men. But the underwater ROV camera only gives us glimpses of the sunken ships. Now, by combining the scan data with computer-generated imagery, it's possible to drain the Indian Ocean. This is the HMAS Sydney, the pride of a nation. Visible for the first time in over 70 years. The warship is pockmarked by battle damage, clear evidence of an epic close-quarters firefight. Now, using evidence from the seabed, it's possible to reconstruct a remarkable struggle between the two lost ships and show a Nazi secret weapon in action. Draining the Indian Ocean reveals the lost Australian warship, HMAS Sydney. But how did such a powerful vessel fall victim to an ordinary merchant ship? The Cormoran captain's account offers some clues.
Der 19. November war Bußtag. It was November 19th, 1941. A beautiful day with warm sunshine. As so often in the Indian Ocean, the visibility was perfect.
Suddenly, at 4 p.m., the two ships eye each other on the horizon, 16 miles apart. The Cormoran signals that it's an innocent Dutch freighter. But as the Sydney moves in for a closer inspection, the Cormoran prepares to unleash its deadly secrets. The Nazi captain knows his only chance is to lure the warship into a close-quarters fight.
Jeder Meter weniger brachte sie zur besseren. I let her come closer still. Langsam. Slowly. Langsam. Slowly.
Then, the Cormoran plays its trick. It appears to be an unarmed merchant vessel. But in reality, the Nazi ship is packed with the kind of deadly technology that Q might have created for James Bond.
The Cormoran's mission in the Indian Ocean was to prey on Allied shipping. It was very much hit-and-run tactics.
Unaware of the Cormoran's true identity, the Sydney moves in closer.
The two ships were about 1,000 meters apart. Well, that's basically point-blank range.
Der Gegner lief jetzt in die. The enemy cruiser was now coming within the range that I considered suitable for my guns. I gave the order. And Tarnen. Decamouflage. The Dutch flag was hauled down, and the German war flag ran up.
According to the rules of war, concealed weapons are perfectly legal, but only if the ship reveals its true colors before firing. With the wreck of HMAS Sydney now drained of seawater, the first shocking evidence caused by Cormoran's hidden weapons can be seen in the clear light of day. The top of the captain's bridge, the command center of the ship, is missing. But why? On the Cormoran, hidden from view, a repurposed Army anti-tank gun emerges and fires, shattering the Australian captain's bridge.
The command structure of Sydney would have been wiped out in the first opening shot of the battle.
Rapid-fire anti-aircraft guns now rise up on hydraulic ramps, cutting down the Sydney's crew. On the Sydney's main forward gun turrets, the tops have been blown off. And there's a blast hole in the middle of one of the guns. What causes this? Despite its innocent appearance, the Cormoran carries very heavy weapons, perfect for close-range combat. At the push of a button, Counterweighted panels lift up to reveal these powerful guns. At virtually point-blank range, their overwhelming firepower knocks out Sydney's forward gun turrets.
It's probable that those guns were taken out in the first 10 seconds, 15 seconds of the action.
Although caught by surprise, the Sydney is still able to return fire and hits the Cormoran's engine room, setting it ablaze. The Nazi ship now prepares its sledgehammer blow. Underneath the waterline lie 2 concealed torpedo tubes, and there are 4 more above the water, each hidden by a steel flap. It takes the Cormoran's crew just 32 seconds to prepare and fire a torpedo.
They inflicted a great deal of damage very quickly on the Australian cruiser. Guns firing, the shells exploding. I mean, it's absolute mayhem, hell on earth, really.
They were just being wiped out. It would have been absolute carnage.
6:25 p.m. Confident that the Sydney is fatally wounded and most of the crew already dead, the Nazi captain ceases fire. Victory.
Was in der Seekriegsgeschichte noch nicht never before in naval history had an armed merchant vessel defeated a cruiser in open battle.
Draining the water away from HMAS Sydney means crucial evidence of what caused its final death blow can now be seen. A 90-foot section of its hull is missing. The Cormoran's torpedoes caused critical damage and a huge explosion. The Sydney's entire bow breaks off, causing the whole ship to plunge 1.5 miles down, with 645 men on board.
Sydney disappears entirely. There are no survivors. It's the most serious loss in the Australian Navy's history. Now we've found the wreck, we know what happened, and now we have an accurate idea of what happened to the ship.
But if the Sydney was defeated, why is the German raider also at the bottom of the Indian Ocean? There's a clue in the original scans of the seafloor. Near the wreck is evidence of a debris field caused by a massive blast. What happened to sink the Cormoran? The Nazi ship sails away victorious, but it's been mortally wounded in the battle.
With the Cormoran's engines broken down, a huge fire on board, and a number of mines in the hold, which were highly explosive, Commander Demise had no choice whatsoever but to abandon ship.
Hitler has similar merchant raiders, just like the Cormoran. To stop the ship's many secrets from being discovered, the crew then blow up their own vessel. Today, the 2 ships still lie just 13 miles apart on the seabed.
In dem Bewusstsein, dass die ewige Flucht der Erscheinungen.
The world's oceans hide Nazi secrets deep underwater. The Baltic Sea. Draining the icy waters here reveals a forgotten German aircraft carrier that never saw battle. Graf Zeppelin. It disappeared more than 70 years ago. Why is Hitler's only aircraft carrier lying heavily damaged at the bottom of the Baltic Sea? For decades, the ultimate fate of the Nazis' only aircraft carrier is a mystery. But then an oil survey vessel begins scanning the Baltic Sea.
Zgadza się. Najpierw natrafiliśmy...
First of all, we came across something that piqued our interest. We found it using a multi-beam sonar. After post-processing, the first measurements indicate that it's about 260 meters long.
It's the largest wreck ever found in the Baltic.
Wow!
It was a really big find. It was really spectacular.
To było dla nas coś nowego.
Now, diver and historian Stephen Burke is in the Baltic to investigate the monster of the deep, the Graf Zeppelin.
When I first learned about the Graf Zeppelin, nothing was known as to what had happened to it at the end of the war. What happened after that was a complete mystery. I made it my mission to go out and find what the fate of the ship had been.
In the darkness, nearly 290 feet down, there are only glimpses of the lost giant. Timber decking on the flight deck. Massive chains from one of the anchors. At 850 feet long, could its massive size be the very reason why this mighty vessel never played a full part in the war? December 1938, Kiel, Germany.
Hitler loved launching large warships. He took great pleasure in it. He saw them as great national symbols.
Hermann Göring, the head of the Luftwaffe, is master of ceremonies.
Der erste deutsche Flugzeugträger soll auf Befehl des Führers Graf Zeppelin heißen.
The Nazis had huge ambitions for the vessel. More than 40 fighters, bombers, and torpedo aircraft would have made it a mighty war machine. Elevators would carry aircraft from the lower deck up to the flight deck. Planes would launch by catapult.
The thought of Stukas taking off from an aircraft carrier, carrying out torpedo and dive-bombing attacks on Allied ships, it would have greatly strengthened their naval position.
Winston Churchill sees the Nazi aircraft carrier as a priority target.
The British were very concerned that the Germans would complete the Graf Zeppelin. There was a significant threat.
But the Nazis are slow to finish this vast warship. Though launched and seaworthy, final work is delayed time and time again because it needs huge amounts of construction material.
Contrary to appearances, Germany was very short of resources. She was very short of steel. Because it was thought the war would be short, then it was thought that the Graf Zeppelin might not be complete in time to take part in the war. So they had to stop building large warships.
February 1945. The Nazis face defeat.
In early 1945, Admiral Dönitz issued a scorched earth policy, which was that they were to destroy certain key assets to prevent them falling into Russian hands. And one of those assets was the Graf Zeppelin.
The Graf Zeppelin is scuttled by a German wrecking crew, never to see battle. But that isn't the end of the story. It was abandoned on the River Oder, but now it rests 200 miles away in the middle of the Baltic. Why is the Graf Zeppelin here? After the war, the Russians seized the vessel as booty.
The Russians raised it, so they sealed the holes, they pumped the water out and floated the ship.
Then they decided to use the Graf Zeppelin for a unique Cold War experiment. Stephen Burke visits the Polish Naval Academy in Gdynia to investigate. He's working with former Polish naval officer Adam Olejnik.
We have a picture, a lot of damage from different military materials.
Stephen's looking for clues to explain the ship's final moments.
There's less damage.
Less damage.
Less damage on the port side.
Yes.
Okay. And this was the aircraft.
Adam is part of a Polish Navy team which positively identified the Graf Zeppelin.
The enormity of this vessel was a surprise. It's hard to imagine if you haven't seen it before.
They used the mapping technology to scan the wreck. By using the detailed sonar scans. Now, for the first time in over 70 years, evidence of the Graf Zeppelin's final moments can be seen. Emptying the Baltic Sea of water reveals an incredible sight. The 850-foot-long drowned Leviathan. The wreck clearly shows extensive damage caused by explosives, including a large 100-foot hole in the deck.
It looked like the result of bombing.
The hole wasn't there when the Germans abandoned the ship. So what caused it? In August 1947, the Russians want to see how much punishment the Graf Zeppelin could take before it sinks.
So they planted a series of bombs inside the wreck. 2,000-kilo bombs that are detonated on the flight deck. They then sent in a series of waves of aircraft to attack the ship with bombs. Of over 90 dropped, only 5 or 6 hit.
The Soviets have no aircraft carrier of their own. So by bombing the Graf Zeppelin, they learned a lot about their potential new enemies, the British and the Americans.
Sinking the Graf Zeppelin showed the Russian that aircraft carriers were not necessarily as easy to sink as they might have thought. They wanted to find out how you sank them, and they did.
Die uns zusammenführte, im Kampfe ringen und groß werden ließ.
Nazi secret technology reached around the world, and draining the oceans reveals evidence of it in the most surprising places. The English Channel. The grave of a remarkable vessel equipped with a secret technology that could have changed the course of the war. Draining the oceans here reveals the mystery of the Nazi U-boat U-480.
U-480, you could call it the first stealth submarine in history.
This vessel vanished in 1945, carrying a lethal secret technology. What made this killer Nazi sub invisible? August 1944. The D-Day landings in France have put Nazi Germany in peril.
In August 1944, the situation for the German U-boats in the British Channel was rather grim, because it was one of the best defended areas around the British Isles.
The Allies have a highly effective method for hunting the submarine raiders: sonar. Earlier in the war, the Nazi U-boats savaged Allied shipping in the Battle of the Atlantic, largely by hunting in packs on the surface, where sonar is of limited use. But by 1944, heavy surface patrols forced the U-boats to operate completely underwater, making them much more vulnerable to Allied sonar.
This isn't wolfpack warfare against convoys. It's individual submarines stalking individual ships.
Operations in a submarine in the English Channel at that time were extremely dangerous. Your chances of survival if you're the commander of a U-boat are about 50-50.
The Nazis want to counter the threat of sonar.
The German answer to sonar detection was developing some kind of cloak of invisibility.
By August 21st, 1944, Hitler's designers have achieved their dream of stealth technology. U-boat captain Hans Joachim Förster and his crew lie in wait, deep in the English Channel. And the Allies never realize he's there.
It's unprecedented. He gets into the English Channel, and in 5 days, he sinks 4 ships. And he gets out. It's the most devastating patrol carried out into the Channel up to that time. It's quite remarkable.
Will draining the waters of the English Channel help explain this Nazi secret? Underwater archaeologist Innes McCartney investigates reports of a U-boat wreck about 20 miles off the coast of southern England, hidden 200 feet down.
When you hit the water and you put your hand on the downline and you're swimming down to the wreck, you know, the sense of anticipation is just truly incredible. Your first interaction with this completely unseen object is, can you work out what it is?
Now, for the first time, the waters in the English Channel drain away and bring U-480 into the clear light of day. The secret of the stealth submarine is revealed. The entire surface of the U-boat is covered with rubber panels. Each panel has a series of tiny regular holes. Instead of reflecting sonar signals back to an Allied warship, these rubber panels absorb them, making it effectively invisible.
I put my hand on a black rubber panel, and I was like, I don't believe what I've just seen.
Diminishing the effectiveness of the other side's sonar could well make the difference between life and death.
Today, in Kiel, Germany, one of U-480's sister boats still survives.
U-480 wasn't a particular new design. It was the basic Type 7 U-boat, only covered with this special cloaking device.
But draining U-480 raises another critical question. If it was undetectable, why is U-480 at the bottom of the English Channel? Removing all the water means that clues to the damage done to U-480 can now be revealed. It has sustained a critical blow. The stern section is broken off, and there's a hole in the pressure hull. What caused such devastating damage? Faced with a modern high-tech threat, the Allies resort to a very old-fashioned response. Mines.
The trap that U-480 fell victim to was a secret minefield.
February 1945. Shipping lanes crisscross the channel. But all Allied vessels are secretly warned not to travel in a specific shipping lane area. And unknown to the U-boat crew, the British lay what's called a deep trap minefield, far below the surface. Then wait.
U-480 returned to what had been its old hunting grounds, expecting to find some more targets. The navigational buoys were there, so it seemed as if the route was still being used. In fact, it wasn't. The British were laying minefields, and these came as a very nasty surprise.
It was like the exact point they knew U-480 was going. targeted killing based on intelligence. That's why you keep it secret. You're blind. Terrifying.
£320 of explosive bursts a hole in the submarine, letting in tons of water per second. There is no chance of escape. The secret stealth technology was years ahead of its time. But in the end, even its special cloak of invisibility could not save U-480 from the victorious Allies. The Nazis lost World War II. But the deadly secrets they left behind, under the world's oceans, are a reminder of the extraordinary courage of the men and women who brought the Nazis down. The beaches and cliffs of Normandy. In June 1944, the most important place on the planet.
It's the greatest battlefield in human history, full of incredible stories.
But some of D-Day's greatest stories remain untold, because vital evidence is hidden beneath the waves. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. What shocking weapon blew a key British warship into fragments? Can this shattered landing craft explain why Omaha was the bloodiest beach of them all?
Unloading had to be stopped because the living couldn't climb over the dead.
And why did the power of the sea mean life or death on Utah Beach?
The seas were still churned up, and as the man next to you goes down, it's the luck of the draw.
After more than a year of meticulous planning, 7,000 ships and 250,000 men are ready. The Allied invasion of Nazi-occupied Europe is about to begin.
The scale of D-Day is absolutely epic. It's the most extraordinary thing that's ever been undertaken in history.
For years, archaeologists have studied the battle on land. But now, they're looking somewhere else. Marine archaeologists, working with the French underwater unit, DRASM, are scanning 50 miles of coast using the latest 3D technology.
This is the largest continuous underwater mapping projects ever done for this particular area.
They've already discovered 300 military relics, many unknown to historians.
That is really odd. It's really hard to tell what we're looking at.
Scanned in forensic detail, this deep-sea treasure trove is transforming our understanding of the invasion.
It's all still there in a way that actually it isn't on land, and we found some tremendously exciting things.
Now, for the first time, we can use this data to unlock the secrets of D-Day. By draining away the murky waters of the Normandy coast to reveal exactly what happened here. As the seas begin to empty, they uncover just some of the hundreds of wrecks, each with a story to tell. Target number 1, an Allied destroyer, sunk before the landings even began. Her fate is one of D-Day's greatest mysteries. "1,200 Allied warships approach the Normandy coast. At 5:23 in the morning, they open fire. Catching the enemy unprepared and off guard.
One can imagine the feelings of many of the Germans. It must have been sheer terror to have seen this huge fleet.
Fire rains down on the 5 beaches the Allies have marked for invasion: Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juno, and Sword. A Norwegian destroyer called the Svenner is on the eastern flank. A crew of 219 are preparing to join the bombardment of the beaches. When suddenly, a massive explosion, and she's gone. How is the Svenner destroyed? While surrounded by over 1,000 heavily armed warships. Data from the survey contains tantalizing details. Combining them with the latest computer visualization techniques means we can empty the Normandy coast and go looking for clues. As the water begins to drain away, a site lost for 75 years. Hundreds of tons of twisted and ruined metal. Shocking evidence of a huge explosion. The bow and stern are in one piece. But the midsection is shattered. What could have caused so much damage? It can't be a shell. The Svenner is beyond the range of German artillery. And it can't be a bomb. The Allies completely dominate the air throughout D-Day. But returning to the scan data, the survey team has a theory.
You can see that the ship was violently broken in two because the 2 parts have sunk in 2 different orientations. So that really is the impact of a torpedo explosion.
If it was a torpedo, does that mean a hidden U-boat managed to penetrate Allied defenses? To find the answer, the team must dig deeper into the secret history of D-Day itself. Historian Nick Hewitt visits Suffolk House, headquarters of D-Day commander Dwight Eisenhower.
This room was the nerve centre of a huge operation that was planned all over the UK, all over the world actually, and it was 2 years in the making. And this map is the very map used by Eisenhower and his senior commanders to make it all happen. The key elements that could be controlled were when it was going to happen and precisely where it was going to happen.
But the only way this plan could work is if the Germans never learn of it. To divert attention, the Allies leak fake plans.
We had to keep the Germans guessing, which we did, by an enormously successful deception plan, which meant the Germans didn't know, were we going to land in Norway, perhaps, or were we going to land just across the Channel? That was a vital part of the operation.
Hitler's defense against invasion is the Atlantic Wall. A vast network of bunkers, pillboxes, and artillery positions lining the coast from Spain to Norway. He believes the Allies will attack somewhere along the coast of the English Channel and orders Field Marshal Erwin Rommel to stop them. Influenced by the Allied deception plan, Rommel believes his enemy will need a deep water port. He concentrates his forces and heavy artillery at Calais, Cherbourg, and Le Havre. So when the invasion fleet targets the beaches of Normandy along the Bay of the Seine, the most powerful German defenses are in the wrong place. And there is not a single U-boat nearby. So if the Svenner was blown apart by a torpedo, it can't have come from a U-boat. The survey team digs deeper and uncovers another suspect.
By June 1944, the German Navy is almost finished as a fighting force, but they do have a number of small warships operated by actually incredibly well-trained and courageous crews.
Small warships like these, torpedo boats. They pack a real punch, with 6 torpedo tubes and 2 anti-aircraft guns, maneuverable and sleek. They can reach a top speed of 35 knots. Perfect for a hit and run. And there's a flotilla of them in Le Havre, just 20 miles away from the D-Day fleet. Now, using all their research and details from the drained wreck of the warship, the team can reconstruct exactly what happened to the Svenner. Just before dawn, the 5th torpedo boat flotilla is ordered to attack. A force of just 4 boats will challenge 1,000 Allied warships. Out of the blue, the T-boats approach the invasion fleet. The Allies have laid a dense smokescreen. The T-boat crews use it to their advantage. They get close enough to fire 18 torpedoes, each packed with 600 pounds of explosive, enough to cripple the biggest warship. But now, the smokescreen helps the Allies. The T-boats are firing blind. 17 torpedoes miss their mark, leaving just one that runs straight into the Svenner. A 186 crewmen swim to safety, but 33 go down with the ship. The haunting remains of the vessel stand as a brutal testimony to the deadly power of a German T-1 torpedo. But the Nazis are so unprepared that this is their only success at sea throughout D-Day.
The fact that the Germans are able to inflict only this single loss demonstrates that the defences that had been planned for the landings were very, very successful. It was now up to the army alone, and the army would have a difficult job.
The battle for the beaches is about to begin. All of them packed with defenses. Pillboxes, barbed wire, machine gun posts. As the waters along the Normandy coastline continue to recede, they reveal strange objects on the seafloor. What can they tell us of Allied plans to confront the terrifying challenge ahead? The naval guns fall silent. More than 100,000 highly trained troops are ready to storm Fortress Europe. 23,000 Americans approach the most western of the beaches, codename Utah. But their plan immediately unravels. Strong currents push them more than a mile from their designated landing zone. And yet, for many, this turns into a stroke of luck. Led by Brigadier General Theodore Roosevelt, son of the former president, they land in an area between two German strongpoints, an enemy blind spot.
When they come ashore, they realize they're in the wrong spot, but it turns out to be the right spot because there's less Germans there. And so Theodore Roosevelt Jr., in command, simply stops, plants his flag, and says, "The war starts here."
Roosevelt's men outflank the German positions and soon control the beachhead. But a mile and a half offshore, the survey team discovers something surprising. Strange shapes on the seabed. It looks like some Allied units never reached Utah Beach.
Looks like 3 different vehicles of some sort, like potentially a upside-down tank here. And then this vehicle is a bit more difficult to determine what it is, so we'll try to take a closer look at that.
Divers go to investigate. And find the wrecks heavily encrusted. They spot what could be tank tracks and a gun barrel. But visibility is too poor to identify them. There is one way to see clearly. Combine visual clues with the team's 3D scan data and drain millions of gallons of seawater away. As the waves recede, they gradually reveal a cluster of military vehicles. But the puzzle only deepens. They have gun barrels and a turret set to one side. They've got tracks, heavy armor. They look like tanks. But this isn't a tank gun. It's more like the cannon of field artillery. So, what are they? The team examines specialized Allied weapons designed for the unique challenge of this terrain and focus on close support artillery. In World War II, artillery is normally pulled by men, vehicles, or horses. But in sand and water, this won't work. So, to support the infantry on the beaches, the Allies deploy these. M7 priest guns. Artillery that transports itself. 105mm howitzer mounted on the chassis of an M4 Sherman tank. A tank fires in a flat trajectory, so the target must be in its line of sight. But a howitzer fires in an arc to lob shells up and over obstacles, perfect for enemy positions high above the Normandy beaches. More research reveals that the Americans have 30 priest guns ready to land on Utah Beach, carried on amphibious landing craft. Accounts from the day suggest only 27 make it to shore. Archaeologist James Delgado thinks that these could be the missing 3, but they're nowhere near their landing craft, which means whatever happened was so violent, it threw the priest guns clear. What Nazi weapon was powerful enough to do that? He has a theory.
This entire 50-mile-long section of the coastline had been fortified. Rommel had anticipated scattering some 50 million mines. He was only able to deploy 20 million mines. But just the same, if you consider that, it just boggles the mind.
The night before D-Day, around 300 Allied minesweepers carefully cleared channels to each of the 5 landing zones. The invading fleet should have a clear run to the beaches. So what happened to the 3 priest guns? The survey team spots something else. Plotting the precise coordinates of the guns places them well off course. Their landing craft has strayed out of the clear channels and drifted into an uncleared minefield. The same shifting currents that so helped Roosevelt's infantry pushed it into deadly waters. The huge power of Rommel's sea mines explains why the priest guns were thrown far from their landing craft. The bodies of the 7-man crew may still be inside each of these vehicles, a haunting reminder of the human cost of D-Day. At Utah, this is one of the few Allied setbacks. Roosevelt's men take the beachhead with just 200 casualties, but 15 miles along the coast, other young American soldiers are struggling in the terrifying bloodbath of Omaha Beach. 10 times more men die here than at Utah. But why? The survey team thinks they've found a clue amid a twisted mass of metal on the seafloor. As the once blood-stained waters of Omaha Beach drain away, can this astonishing new discovery shed light on D-Day's deadliest battlefield? After 2 hours of fighting on Omaha Beach, the Allied plan is falling apart. Troops are pinned to the shore. 2,000 dead and injured soldiers litter these sands. It's the bloodiest engagement of D-Day, but why? The survey team is 8 miles offshore, looking for clues on the seabed, when their scanner picks up an unusual outline.
We do have a definite flat bottom boat with a substantial amount of damage in one corner, and the front is missing entirely.
Divers take a closer look. Visibility is poor, just 6 or 7 feet. But it's immediately clear that whatever it is, it's taken a hell of a beating. There are bullet holes everywhere, and that's not all.
This looks like a large area of damage. Starboard side has been caved in. That looks like an explosion to me. Peeled back metal like that. And all the rest of the wreck is a mess in this area.
Mangled beyond recognition, the team has no idea what it is. But the multi-beam scanner has captured every detail. Using that data, we can drain away the waters of Omaha Beach to reveal a twisted mass of metal. It's lying upside down, making it even harder to identify. But by using the scan data, we can raise and rotate the wreck, exposing the very topside for the first time in 75 years. Now, the team thinks they know what it is. An LCI, Landing Craft Infantry, one of the workhorses of D-Day. They compare their data with US Navy records and make a huge breakthrough. They believe it is LCI 85. Can it help us understand just why Omaha Beach was D-Day's bloodiest? It's clearly been at the heart of the battle. Its bow is blown clean off. It's covered in bullet holes and shrapnel damage from exploding shells. Ragged and twisted metal here suggests a devastating explosion. The damage on LCI 85 reveals the power of German weapons unleashed upon the Americans as they tried to land. And there is other evidence too. The team unearths first-hand accounts from men who served on LCI 85 that day, including Commanding Officer Colt Hendley and Lieutenant Arthur Farrer. Now it's possible to convey what happened in terrifying detail. Allied troops have been landing for 2 hours. But Omaha, with its high cliffs, is the most heavily defended of all the beaches, and the Americans are pinned down under heavy fire. LCI 85 approaches the beach with much-needed reinforcements. Lieutenant Farrer must get the 188 troops on board quickly to shore. His problems start immediately.
A path 50 yards wide was supposed to be cleared through the underwater obstacles. We found it near to 10 yards wide and only partially cleared.
Blocked by an uncleared minefield, LCI 85 is pounded by shell after shell fired from the cliffs. Under a hail of bullets, the commanding officer tries another route.
We then tried ramming through the obstacles about 200 yards to the right of our assigned place.
But as the LCI grounds, it immediately hits a mine. It starts to sink, but is close enough to shore for 50 men to scramble towards the beach. Then, another direct hit from a German shell smashes the landing ramps to pieces.
We could hear the screams of men through the voice tube. Unloading had to be stopped because the living could not climb over the dead. The deck was so slick with blood and cluttered with bits of flesh and dead and mutilated men that it was difficult to move from one part of the ship to another.
And we don't have only the words of eyewitnesses. Extraordinarily, the team discovers color footage too. The courage and carnage on board LCI-85 is captured by a combat camera team at the height of the battle. Here, filming the bodies of the dead and the injured awaiting rescue. Shot in the leg, Lieutenant Farrer is one of the wounded. He watches as his remaining troops board another landing craft and attempt once more to reach their comrades on the beach. Astonishingly, 93 of them make it. But LCI-85 is now barely afloat. Her crew makes the decision to scuttle her by setting off an explosive charge. The drained wreck of LCI-85 is testimony to the horror of Omaha Beach. The Allied bombardment has failed to take out any of over 40 enemy strongpoints, leaving men who try to land here facing shell fire, machine guns, and unswept mines. Finally, for those who do reach the beach, a new kind of hell awaits.
In this beach, men are being mowed down with erupting fire, with shrapnel flying everywhere. And men are hunkered down and they're waiting as engineers try to advance, to clear mines and to take out pillboxes. And it takes some time. And as that happens, the casualties mount, making this the bloodiest beach on D-Day.
Securing Omaha costs over 2,400 American lives. It's the last of the 5 beaches to fall. But the Allies cannot rest. They must now prepare for the inevitable counterattack. And that means landing thousands of tons of supplies every day. With no ports, it's a huge challenge. The survey team is to the east of Omaha, near Juno Beach. They detect a new wreck. It's huge, and it's in pieces. What can this shattered warship reveal about a desperate Nazi attempt to stop the Allies in their tracks? D-Day +2. Over 4,000 Allied troops have died to claim the 5 beaches. But 130,000 are now on shore. Another 700,000 are ready to land, along with vast quantities of vehicles, fuel, ammunition, and food. The battle to resupply the bridgehead has begun. These vital operations are coordinated from specially adapted warships. For Juno Beach, that ship is HMS Lawford. Equipped with powerful anti-aircraft guns and state-of-the-art submarine hunting technology, she's one of the most up-to-date ships in the Royal Navy.
Considerable modifications were made to her superstructure. She was given a large number of new radars, communications equipment, and she was converted into a very significant command ship.
In the quiet of the morning, HMS Lawford is already hard at work. The Allies have secured the coast. The enemy is nowhere in sight. When suddenly, there's a huge explosion. And a short time later, HMS Lawford, the Allies are dumbstruck. The mystery of the Lawford makes her a priority for the survey team. When she's located in 70 feet of water, divers go in, looking for clues. James Delgado runs the dive from the bridge.
Dan, this is topside. Do you read us?
Roger, topside. We are on bottom. Visibility is pretty bad.
And you're able to look inside?
I'm going inside now.
The divers inch their way through the Lawford's stern.
I seem to be amongst a lot of crates. These look like very big batteries.
Exploring evidence untouched for 75 years.
I'll try and find the bow now. The outer hull plates have all gone, and all around us now we have the items of the bow.
They discover an unusual clue. A set of tubes, or narrow gun barrels. Their purpose is another mystery. It's time to look more closely. Combining the dive team's findings with the latest multi-beam scan data, we can start to remove the waters off Juno Beach. As the Bay of the Seine slowly empties, it reveals a shocking crime scene. The Lawford is in 3 pieces. The bow and the stern are over 300 feet apart. A sea mine is unlikely to cause this type of shattering damage. So what could have? At the bow, the set of tubes found by the divers is revealed to be a hedgehog. A weapon system that can fire 24 mortars at a time over attacking U-boats. But the hedgehog is not loaded. It could be that the mortars were fired too late to avert a sneak torpedo attack. Or that it was never loaded in the first place. But a torpedo seems unlikely. The Allies had blocked all U-boats from the area since D-Day. And the damage on the wreck suggests something more powerful than even the biggest German torpedo. It's the kind of damage expected from a 1,000-pound bomb. A deadly payload delivered by the Luftwaffe. And yet, the Allies still have complete air cover. Back at the stern, there's another clue. The boxes the dive team thought were batteries are actually full of unused ammunition. The Lawford hasn't even fired her guns, so whatever got her was a total surprise and was not spotted by the ship's advanced early warning systems. The team believes that leaves only one suspect, a high-tech Nazi wonder weapon. Developed in secret by German scientists for the past 4 years. A Henschel HS-293 glide bomb.
It's what in modern parlance is called a standoff bomb. They basically enable German pilots to launch their weapon out of range of anti-aircraft gunfire, away from marauding fighters, and they can launch these bombs and guide them into place through radio control.
Operated by remote control, the HS-293 guided missile is almost impossible to stop, and accurate enough to home in on its target's weakest spot. Aimed directly at the engine room, the 1,100-pound bomb causes a massive internal explosion, killing 37 men instantly. HMS Lawford never stood a chance. With the mystery solved, it's clear that even in the days after D-Day, the fight for the Normandy coast is far from over. And even the most powerful Allied warships remain at risk. Like this one of the titans of the Allied invasion force, close to Omaha Beach. What sent this giant to the bottom of the sea? The Normandy coast is under Allied control. But driving Hitler's armies out of Europe will require millions of men and vast amounts of supplies. Delivered by these, LSTs, or landing ship tanks, the Goliaths of the invasion force, each capable of carrying more than 60 military vehicles. 75 years later, the survey team is searching for evidence of that supply operation. 6 miles off Omaha, their scanner picks up the large wreck of an LST. Cross-referencing its location with Navy records gives it a number, 496. Now, they want to find out what happened to it. Using the team's precise 3D data, we can drain away the water to reveal the smashed remains of a D-Day heavyweight. It's an astonishing scene, packed with clues. The bow is obliterated, scattered all around, the tanks and trucks it was carrying towards Omaha Beach. The whole site is a catastrophic mass of twisted metal. The ship is lying upside down, a 40-foot hole ripped through the hull. Likely too large for a torpedo and too low for a glide bomb. Piecing together the evidence at the wreck site, Nick Hewitt thinks he knows what happened. An encounter with an ingenious but deadly weapon called an oyster mine.
So this is a sea mine that responds to changes in water pressure caused by a passing ship. And that is a weapon for which there is absolutely no antidote.
In a nighttime stealth attack, fast German vessels called E-boats drop oyster mines in Allied shipping lanes. Each one is packed with around 1,500 pounds of explosive. They are set to detonate only when ships heavier than minesweepers pass overhead, making them near impossible to detect. LST-496, carrying over 60 tanks and trucks, is heading straight into danger. As it approaches Omaha Beach, the downward pressure of the hull triggers a mine. A huge explosion blows a hole in midships on the port side. The power of the blast is so great, it detonates a second oyster mine. This time, the explosion rips right through her hull. In just 40 minutes, LST-496 sinks to the seafloor, taking her war-fighting cargo with her. And more American soldiers and sailors join the list of those who sacrificed their lives to liberate Europe.
Here in the American cemetery, overlooking Omaha Beach, in the midst of these graves of more than 9,000 men. 75 years on, if the question were to be asked, was this sacrifice worth it? The answer would still be a resounding yes. Because of what they did, a new world arose, embodying the ideals for which these men fought and died.
The Battle of Britain is about to begin. Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war.
In the summer of 1940, a vast aerial armada is sent by the Nazis to bomb Great Britain into submission.
The Battle of Britain is completely different to all air battles that have happened up to that point in world history.
The German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, is many times the size of the British defenders, the Royal Air Force. As British losses mount, the rest of the world looks on in fear.
The future of America and the free world depends on Britain surviving.
So why is it that the British emerge triumphant and not the Nazis? Hundreds of miles apart, four mysterious wrecks are transforming our understanding of the Battle of Britain. revealing that the real story lies as much in the sea as in the air. This beach on the southeast coast of England is quiet now. But 80 years ago, it echoed to the sound of a life-or-death struggle as gun batteries try to shoot down incoming Nazi warplanes. And British and German pilots duel for control of the skies above. In 1940, the small seaside town of Walton-on-the-Naze is less than 70 miles from German air bases in occupied Europe. Historian Andy Saunders has made a special study of beaches just like this and the many relics of the Battle of Britain left on them. But the holy grail of researchers like him is to find a plane.
In this particular area during the Battle of Britain, there were a number of aircraft that we know crashed hereabouts, either on land, on the mud, just out into the sea.
Andy's come here to try to learn more about one of them. A British fighter he hopes will reveal how close the Nazis came to victory and deepen our understanding of a momentous day. On August 31st, 1940, 39 British fighter planes are shot out of the skies, more than in any other day in the Battle of Britain. And on that day, an eyewitness in Walton-on-the-Naze sees one British fighter hurtling from the skies and powering deep into the soft, tidal mud. For over 30 years, it lies hidden, protected from the elements.
When an aircraft impacts the sea, it's pretty much like hitting concrete, and the aircraft will disintegrate. Anything that remains that sinks to the bottom will be badly corroded by salt water, whereas anything that comes down in this sort of terrain onto mud lessens the damage to the aircraft and it protects it from oxygen and corrosion.
In 1973, it's uncovered and excavated by a team led by local enthusiast Jeff Rayner. But its remains are so fragile, they're now locked away in protective storage in a museum, along with its many secrets. Andy has managed to gain access to just a few of the precious remnants. And they leave him in no doubt about what type of plane he's studying.
What we've got here are very large pieces of wreckage. This is an engine, a lower engine cowling panel, and it's got the very typical Hawker engine cowling fastener here. This is a piece of upper wing. The important thing is that it tells us absolutely categorically this is a Hurricane.
With a top speed of over 300 miles per hour, the Hurricane is one of the most agile fighter planes of its time. And its hollow metal skeleton is designed to take the sort of direct fire that would cripple other fighters.
They were short range, but that didn't matter because they were built to defend the United Kingdom against enemy air attack. And for that, it was hard to find a better design.
To understand what happened, Andy needs to study what was left of the plane after it plunged into the mud. And now, we can help. Using the extensive archaeological evidence collected during the dig to drain the Essex coastline. as the soft mud retreats from the beach. The shell of one of the most iconic planes ever built emerges once again. As daylight strikes the hurricane, it's obvious she is badly damaged, and that she entered the mud upside down at a 30-degree angle. Where her rear fuselage used to be is now just an empty space. But using the many detailed photographs taken during the dig, we can reassemble her. And as we turn her the right way up, there's a revelation. She's peppered with cannon fire.
We can see that there are a number of 20mm cannon strikes that have come through from the bottom of the wing and punched out the top of the wing. They've literally come through directly from underneath.
How could one of the RAF's best fighter planes end up ripped open from below? And might her demise help explain why so many other fighters also fall victim on this tragic day? To try to understand what happened, Andy travels to a bunker deep underground, to what was, in 1940, the nerve center of the RAF's fighter command. From this very room, its top commanders modeled and controlled the Battle of Britain 24 hours a day.
There were plotters around the table who would change the counters on the table, and it told the controller which enemy aircraft were coming in, at what height.
By recreating on the map the hundreds of different plane movements on the 31st of August, Andy can begin to get a picture of what may have taken place that day. At 8:15 a.m., reports reach the control room of a huge formation of German bombers heading towards the English coast. Armed with this information, Andy can turn to official RAF battle reports. These reveal that a small squadron of Hurricanes flies out of a base near Walton-on-the-Naze 10 minutes later. As its pilots close in on the Germans, they realize the bombers are being protected by around 50 fighter planes, planes the RAF had come to fear. Almost as fast as the Hurricane, the Messerschmitt 110 lacks the British plane's agility. But two powerful 20mm cannons in its nose cone are a deadly threat to anything that strays in front of it. It can land such a devastating punch that its German nickname is simply the Destroyer. From the records, Andy discovers only one Hurricane was shot down that day over Walton-on-the-Naze. It must be our Hurricane on the beach. And that gives him a name for its pilot. 24-year-old Jared Maffett, who's been flying Hurricanes for less than 2 months. What happened to this young English pilot? And can his fate explain why the British came so close to losing the Battle of Britain? The drained wreckage of the Hurricane on the beach reveals it has been torn by cannon fire along its underside. Hidden away in the Royal Air Force's records, Andy Saunders uncovers a blow-by-blow account of its fateful battle. As the Hurricanes catapult forward at 300 miles per hour, they find themselves below the German Messerschmitts. The problem that they and many other British pilots faced that day is that the Germans have recently adopted a protective tactic. When attacked, they form tight defensive formations that can only be broken up by a highly dangerous head-on attack. Jared Maffett hurtles up towards the target plane.
The whole squadron attacked a formation of about 50 Mi-110s. The pilots broke up the enemy's defensive circles in a series of head-on attacks.
Maffett fires on the German plane for no more than a few seconds, and then must bank to the side. Just enough time for an Mi-110 to catch the British fighter in its sights.
Pilot Officer Maffett turned away from the German aircraft, and as he did so, the aircraft that he was turning away from opened fire.
From the guns in its nose cone, the Messerschmitt launches a spread of 20mm cannon shells that tear into Maffett's undercarriage. If Andy's right, it's this that leaves the unmistakable shredding pattern visible in the drained wreck. Maffett tries to bail out, but from a hurricane, that's never easy.
What you've got to do if you're trying to get out is you've got to invert your plane upside down. You've got to remove your oxygen leads, you've got to remove your Sutton harness, you've got to take out your radio leads, open the canopy and drop out. And if you can't get out quick enough, what happens is you bail out at 400 feet and not at 4,000.
Maffett opens his parachute too close to the ground, and the young Englishman is killed instantly. It's the shifting German tactics and sheer numbers of Luftwaffe fighters that help explain why Maffett and so many other pilots are lost on the 31st of August. But why did the fate of Britain and the entire free world come to depend on this battle in the skies? Strangely, the answer to that may lie deep underwater, many miles from Britain, in one of the world's busiest shipping lanes. Off the coast of Belgium, a diving team is trying to solve an enduring mystery of World War II. The team is headed by Sven van Helst, who's long been fascinated by the story of a warship that sank somewhere here in 1940. Disappearing under the waves in an astonishing 15 seconds.
When I started as a maritime archaeologist and I found out about this wreck, that there were so many casualties, that was really intriguing for me. It was like, how could this happen so fast and so many people killed?
The ship Sven is looking for plays a vital role in a moment of unprecedented crisis. At the end of May 1940, the eyes of the world are on the beaches of Dunkirk in France, where a struggle for survival becomes one of history's great turning points.
It's Dunkirk that explains why the Battle of Britain is so critical.
The Nazis surround and bombard 1/3 of a million troops, including the cream of the British Army, trapped on the shore.
The British were braced for kind of total defeat. They were looking at the complete destruction of the British Army.
To try to rescue as many soldiers as possible, the Royal Navy sends all the ships it can muster, including one powerful destroyer. The 4-inch guns of HMS Wakeful make her a deadly opponent. She's over 300 feet long and can reach speeds of up to 34 knots. On the evening of the 28th of May, and under intense bombardment, 640 British soldiers managed to climb on board to what they hope is safety. So why, just an hour after leaving France, does she sink in less than a minute, killing almost everyone on board? Sven thinks the Wakeful went down 15 miles from the Belgian port of Ostend, where many vessels have been lost over the centuries. Visibility in these waters is poor, and the divers are constantly being pulled by strong currents. 100 feet down, they see glimpses of what could be a wartime wreck. But there are so many shipwrecks here, it's hard to be certain. And then, a 4-inch Royal Navy gun. They found HMS Wakeful.
You can see also the remnants of the machinery and stuff like that.
But covered in weed and mud, there's no obvious clue to explain why it sank so quickly. The only way to work out what happened to her, for sure, is to empty the North Sea. As its turbulent and grimy waters are sucked away, an astonishing scene looms into view. The stricken warship's stern bears the marks of a violent assault. And it's clear something truly shocking has happened here. Because her other half is no longer connected at all.
So what we found out now is that the wreck is broken in two large pieces lying perpendicular to each other.
The Wakeful looks as if she's been torn apart by giant hands. What could have caused such devastating damage? The fate of this British destroyer could help explain the origins of the Battle of Britain. But there's one question in particular that's been troubling Sven. Why the wreck of HMS Wakeful is here, off the coast of Belgium, at all? Why would a ship evacuating British troops from Dunkirk sail in the opposite direction from the British coast? Sven turns to official Royal Navy reports and uncovers a little-known fact about Dunkirk. The British rescue ships off the French coast are being so relentlessly attacked that the Royal Navy decides to send the Wakeful on an indirect route to Belgium, where the plan is that she'll then turn west to England.
So we now know why it is here, but we don't know what happened, and we have to find out.
In May 1940, the waters of Belgium should be safe. All the deadly action is now miles away at Dunkirk. The last thing the Germans expect is a ship laden with troops heading this way. Perhaps the Wakeful was the victim of a German air patrol. But returning to her wreck, it's clear that she's been torn apart, sliced in two. That does not suggest a bombing attack. It seems like the destruction that might result from torpedoes. Who or what could have attacked the Wakeful in what were supposed to be safe waters? Sven studies German naval records and discovers that the Wakeful was not hunted down by a submarine, but something else. A German surface vessel that gets dangerously close to the British destroyer during the night. An E-boat. E-boats are small, agile, and fast, but they should be no match for a big destroyer in any head-to-head battle. And if an E-boat was tracking her, then surely the British lookouts would spot her. So what went wrong? Below deck, the 640 soldiers are asleep as Wakeful closes in on the buoy that marks the point where she is to turn and head for England. Just a minute later, she'll explode and sink. But how? The answer to this maritime puzzle has been staring Sven in the face all along. The spot where his team has been diving is marked today by a 15-foot structure, the Quinty Buoy. Sven has discovered that in 1940, there was a similarly sized buoy in the vicinity, with a nightlight that's piercingly bright. Perfect cover for a lurking predator.
It was in the middle of the night. It was pitch black. And the E-boat was hiding.
As the Wakeful gets ready to turn, her crew doesn't know she's been spotted. The blinding light of the buoy masks anything behind it. And it's there, the lone E-boat is waiting, ready to strike. On the bridge of the Wakeful, a lookout spots the wakes of 2 torpedoes in the water, and his captain orders her to change direction. But it's too late. For while the first torpedo misses, the second one heads straight for the destroyer.
Once the torpedo hit, it broke up immediately into two big parts. The water could run in very fast, and the broken parts were sink to the bottom.
Only 27 men from the more than 700 on board managed to survive.
And all the soldiers that were below decks, they had no chance at all.
The Wakeful's brave rescue mission ends in tragedy. On the other routes home, things are even worse. Nearly 200 Allied ships are sunk at Dunkirk, including 25 destroyers. And while in a miracle of logistics and courage, more than 300,000 troops are rescued. All their armaments, tanks, and vehicles lie abandoned in France. Britain is in peril as never before.
The week of the Dunkirk evacuation is the most tumultuous week in British history ever.
So why doesn't Hitler invade while he has a chance? And why does smashing the British Air Force become such a German obsession when Britain is already on her knees? The answer to that may lie over 1,000 miles from Dunkirk, far above the Arctic Circle, in the spectacular and forbidding landscape of Norway, where an epic and little-known battle transforms the course of the entire war. Over 600 miles from the capital Oslo, Narvik has long been an important port. And the waters of its fjord conceal an archaeological secret. A collection of German military shipwrecks from 1940. At least a dozen of them. What happened here, and just how important it was, has been argued about for decades.
This harbor is literally littered with shipwrecks from the Second World War, so I'm really keen on looking into that, what actually happened here.
Archaeologist Frederick Soreide is here to study one wreck in particular. A symbol of pride for Hitler's new navy, the destroyer Erich Giese enters service just months before the outbreak of war. 390 feet long, her giant propellers thrust her forward at 37 knots.
So the Erich Giese was obviously a state-of-the-art German destroyer. So the fact that it now sits in 70 meters in Narvik harbor, it makes me wonder what actually happened to it here.
On April 9th, 1940, the Erich Giese is part of a huge Nazi invasion force sent to conquer Norway. But the very next day, a surprise attack by Britain's Royal Navy sends 6 German ships to the bottom of the fjord.
So the British came in with their destroyers, and they fired torpedoes from the outskirts of the fjord into the harbor. And this was very successful.
The Erich Giese survives that battle unscathed. So why, 3 days later, does she too plummet to the bottom? And how does her demise in Norwegian waters eventually lead Hitler to launch the Battle of Britain? To discover how the Erich Giese was sunk, Frederick Soreide's team sends down a remotely operated vehicle.
Okay, good. So we're ready to dive?
Yes, we're ready to dive.
Okay, let's go then.
As it descends through the cold water, the drone's onboard light picks out shapes.
It's very interesting. Look at that. Let's go over and have a look at this then. So.
Yeah.
This is definitely a warship, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what's the shadow over there?
It looks like another structure.
Is it? That must be another wreck then.
Astonishingly, all of these shattered and haunting wrecks are German warships. Not one, though, is big enough to be the almost 400-foot-long Erich Giese. They head farther out into the fjord.
Yep.
The waters here are much deeper.
So how deep are we now?
8.
8 meters. Okay.
No, it's still some distance to go.
A few meters left.
Yeah.
As the ROV descends, the light fades.
There's something coming here.
Finally, on the fjord bed, 200 feet below, something recognizable looms into view.
There we go. That's the propeller.
Yes.
No, it doesn't seem to have taken any damage at all.
They've located the Erich Giese.
Yep. Let's just try to move up in this direction.
But they can only see small sections.
It's so big, it's difficult to get a real good bearing.
The only way to see the Giese in her entirety is to use scans gathered by Frederick and other researchers to drain the fjord. As the waters recede, the mighty shell of a state-of-the-art German destroyer is exposed to the cold air for the first time in 8 decades. And it's immediately obvious that she's been damaged by some massive force. A giant crack along her bow suggests she was hit, and hit hard. So much so that she appears to have collapsed onto one side.
We see that this ship has been involved in a big fight, and there is a lot of shell damage.
What happened to one of Hitler's most advanced warships, days after she survived a deadly assault? Frederick heads to the museum in Narvik to research its detailed historical records, and uncovers a story that's long been overshadowed by more famous events in 1940. He learns that for 3 days after the Royal Navy's surprise attack, what's left of the German fleet licked their wounds. Then, disaster. The Royal Navy comes back in even greater numbers. 9 destroyers and HMS Warships, a giant battleship. Using all the latest research, we can now lift up the Erich Giese and turn her around. Discovering that her guns are at battle stations. It's clear to Frederick. In her final moments, the Erich Giese must have fought back bravely. At around 1 p.m. on the 13th of April, 2 of the British destroyers launch a barrage of torpedoes. The Giese responds instantly, firing her guns and damaging her 2 main attackers, until out of ammunition and completely outgunned, she sits helpless as British shells smash into her hull. The Erich Giese sinks below the fjord's waves, where she rolls onto her side. Her guns now silenced. But all this leaves one final mystery. Why did the Giza remain for 3 days in such a dangerous place? Why didn't her captain take her to safety somewhere else? There is one wreck miles from the Giza that may be the answer.
During the first attack, the British fleet managed to sink the only German fuel tanker in the harbor. So this effectively made the German fleet stranded in Narvik harbor. It is fair to say that the Germans were sitting ducks at this stage.
For 3 days, the Giza's crew hopes another fuel ship will arrive. It never does. They cannot flee, and instead decide to stand and fight. The destruction of the Giza and 9 other German destroyers at Narvik is a much-needed propaganda coup for the embattled British. More importantly, it fatally undermines German naval plans for an invasion of Britain.
The Battle of Narvik crippled the German destroyer force. Half of them were sunk.
Hitler knows that his much-reduced invasion force could be wiped out by the Royal Navy and the RAF before it even reaches land.
It's obvious now that he can't invade, not unless he can obliterate the threat of the RAF planes above the few ships he has left.
It's this British victory in Narvik that explains why Hitler is so determined to destroy the Royal Air Force. But he fails spectacularly. Can the newly discovered wreck of one of his bombers reveal why? On the south coast of England, maritime archaeologist Graham Scott and dive specialist Glenn Skelton are on the hunt for lost planes. Their target lies in one of the strangest features in the English Channel. The Goodwin Sands are 6 miles from the coast of Kent. They stretch just underwater for an astonishing 10 miles. And archaeologists have long been drawn here.
This area has always been known as the ship swallower, and that's because it's an area with very big, mobile sandbanks.
These layers, 50 feet deep, are a danger to shipping. But in 1940, they become a lifesaver for German pilots who can, if they're lucky, skim along the surface and climb out into waist-high water, leaving their planes to slowly disappear into the deep sands.
If they're covered in sand, they're protected and they don't deteriorate. And of course, for archaeologists, that's gold.
The team is here to help shed light on one of the rarest and most extraordinary plane wrecks ever discovered. The only intact example in the world of a legendary German bomber. When the Dornier 17 is developed in the 1930s, she is so long and elegant, she's nicknamed the Flying Pencil. With each plane able to carry 16 bombs, Dorniers leave a path of destruction across Britain. But they have a fatal flaw.
The Dornier is an incredible piece of engineering, but it's slow.
All the Dorniers ever built have disappeared. But in 2013, a team, including Glenn, locate the wreck of a Dornier in the Goodwin Sands.
The first time we had visual on the Dornier, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. This particular aircraft was almost 100% intact.
The team lifts the twisted metal carcass and takes it to a museum for restoration. But how did this fearsome killer crash and yet remain so intact? And might her story help explain how Britain beat Germany in the great battle to control her skies? To answer that question, Graham and Glenn explore the site where she plunged into the water. Using the latest sonar and an ROV to study the interaction of currents and drifting sand. But now that the Dornier has been moved, the only way to see the wreck as she was when she crashed is to put her back in the English Channel. Using the data collected by the team, we can now drain millions of gallons of water and vast quantities of silt and mud. As the misty light above the English Channel illuminates the Goodwin Sands, it reveals a startling sight. The hulk of a deadly bomber lying upside down. The fact that her wingtips are missing and her nose is gone suggests she may have been attacked. But could that be just the effects of impact? Then, telltale clues. Bullet holes in one of her propellers.
I think the most likely explanation is this aircraft is ditched. In other words, it's been damaged and the pilot has tried to make a forced landing on the surface of the water.
Using data from the drained wreck, as well as German Air Force records, Graham discovers that a Dornier was lost near the site of the wreck on a daylight raid on the 26th of August, 1940. And this allows him to piece together the events of that day. At around midday, Dorniers begin to take off from occupied Belgium, just over the English Channel. The RAF quickly scrambles fighters to intercept them. At 11,000 feet, the British pounce. One of the Dorniers is strafed in the attack, hitting a propeller and both engines. Without power, the pilot desperately heads for the Goodwin Sands and glides down to the shallow water. His plane survives intact as it comes to a halt above the sands. How could the British manage to get their fighters into the sky long before they could possibly see the Dorniers?
Britain had invested heavily in the late 1930s in what was by far the finest air defense system in the world. This was a system that nobody else had. The Germans didn't, nobody else did.
And the British then go one further. At the beginning of the war, Britain creates a complete network of radar stations all along its southern coast, each feeding information in real time to Fighter Command. It's radar that explains how the Dornier ends up crashed on Goodwin Sands, and why even the elite of the German Air Force found the RAF such a tough opponent.
There are 138 RAF airfields in Britain during the Battle of Britain, and only one is knocked out for more than 48 hours in the entire battle. And that is a pretty low return when your stated aim is to destroy the RAF.
The Battle of Britain is partly won by Britain's radar-based air defense. But the Royal Navy's overwhelming power also deters a Nazi invasion at the moment of greatest British weakness. allowing the brave young pilots of the Royal Air Force to defend their nation and keep alive the hope that Hitler could yet be beaten.
The Battle of Britain is one of the epic battles of history. This determines the fate of a nation and the fate of the world. And so, the world owes a debt of gratitude to the RAF.
World War I. A new stealth weapon brings terror to the oceans.
This is a dirty war.
Evidence of a naval revolution, lost for a century beneath the storm-ravaged seas of the British Isles. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. Why do 3 Royal Navy warships simply disappear?
The British are shocked.
How does a single torpedo change the course of history?
For a ship of that size to disappear in less than 20 minutes was just incredible.
And how do the Allies strike back in a battle that changes naval warfare forever? Today's superpowers prize one weapon above all others. The submarine. The ultimate stealth weapon. Striking at will. Delivering its deadly payload from out of nowhere. But the rise of the submarine started a century ago. It's a story that begins with a mystery off the coast of Holland. The corpse of an enormous ship emerges. And not just one. 3 broken giants lie side by side. How did they get here? 1914. Britain and Germany go to war. Britannia has ruled the waves for centuries. Her fleet so massive, how can Germany ever hope to win? Just 7 weeks into the war, HMS Aboukir, Cressy, and Hogue scan the horizon near the Dutch coast. Their mission: seek and destroy any enemy that dares to threaten British vessels supplying the battlefields of France.
It was there as a screen against serious German surface attack on these vital cross-channel supplies.
The 3 ships are packed with cutting-edge technology. Among the first ever protected by super-hardened steel plate. A whole new class of warship. Armored cruisers.
These are powerful ships. They'll blow you out the water if they see you on the surface. They're armed with 12 6-inch guns, 2 9.2-inch guns each.
The morning of September 22nd is clear and calm. There's no enemy in sight. Yet the 3 cruisers vanish. Their last communication, a distress signal. In the weeks that follow, hundreds of bodies wash up along the Dutch coast. Britain's belief that her navy is invincible is rocked to the core. For a decade, Claudie Bartelink has been investigating the fate of the lost patrol. Now, she's onto something.
So, we're 20 miles off the Dutch coast. Over there is England, and over there are the Netherlands. I tried to find the 3 cruisers and figure out what has happened to them.
She's on the last known coordinates of the 3 ships. "115 feet down, Claudie and her dive buddy find themselves among piles of twisted wreckage. The wreck site is massive, stretching for hundreds of feet into the darkness. Claudie's exploration reveals that there's more than one vessel here. And her lights pick out something else. Strewn all around, shells still in their casings, never fired.
I saw a lot of ammunition. I see the boxes with small shells. It has to be a military ship. And on these coordinates, they're definitely Cressy, Hoke, or Aboukir.
A positive ID, but in the gloom, it's difficult to see how the ships met their end.
It's very hard to understand the shape of the ship below because you only see part of the ships. And you can't recognize, like, the bow or something. It's impossible.
High-tech sonar scans provide a solution, mapping the wrecks in perfect detail, allowing us to do something never possible before. Drain away the English Channel to see the lost patrol clearly for the first time in over 100 years. The warships bristle with guns, including these, innovative side-mounted weapons called casement guns. On the smooth hull of Aboukir, there's no sign of battle damage. But near the stern, a gaping wound. On the other 2 wrecks, fatal blows also clearly visible. Hogue's hull is broken open. Cressy's interior completely exposed. Damage like this, far beneath the waterline, is hard evidence that a terrible new weapon is in play.
So what you see is where torpedoes went into the ships. And I think this is the moment that the naval warfare changed forever.
Torpedoes are self-propelled and deadly. Flying under the waves, they strike below the waterline.
The torpedo, as initially developed and tested through the 1860s and 1870s, is truly refined in World War I.
They are originally fired from ships. But on the day of the lost patrol, the horizon is empty. The source of the torpedoes must lurk unseen, unable to defeat the Royal Navy's massive battle fleets on the surface. The Germans are now deploying new technology under the waves. They call them Unterseeboote, U-boats. the British cruisers are completely unprepared.
What they weren't expecting was this covert underwater attack, which is carried out with great skill.
Unfired ammunition on the seabed shows that the cruisers don't put up much of a fight. By the time they spot torpedoes running, the battle is already over.
U-boats are a game changer.
The way the drained ships lie close together reveals that they were sitting ducks. As the first goes down, the other two race in to rescue survivors, giving U-boat number 9 the perfect opportunity to pick them off with ease. They still lie where they fell, side by side.
The sinking of the 3 cruisers, Aboukir, Hogue and Cressy, demonstrated the power of the submarine perhaps more than anything else.
The Dutch authorities bury the British dead with military honors.
In the Netherlands, it was big news. It was in all newspapers, because in 1.5 hours, almost 1,500 men died. And 13 of them were teenage boys, so it was a very big story. And they were buried here honorably. There were soldiers along the roads. They paid a lot of attention to it.
U-boats are so effective because German engineers have overcome some massive technical challenges. And how they manage this can still be seen because, remarkably, the very first U-boat survived.
This is U1, Germany's first submarine, over 100 years old. And you could make some 5 or 6 hours submerged with the electric engine at slow speed, 5-6 knots.
Electric engines power the 139-foot-long vessel when underwater. Its batteries are recharged by 2 gasoline engines, which run the U-boat on the surface.
We have 2 different pairs of engine, 2 gasoline and 2 electric motors. So it's like a modern car, a hybrid system.
U1 can dive to 100 feet and travel submerged for 50 miles. But for their crew, U-boats are unforgiving places. There's deafening engine noise, exposed electrical circuits, and if seawater gets into the batteries, deadly chlorine gas will quickly spread.
If you're serving in submarines, you've got a higher chance of dying than you have if you're on the Western Front.
U-boats may be dangerous for their crews, but they're lethal to their enemies. And the Germans have boats almost 3 times bigger than U1 on the drawing board. During 1915, Germany expands its fleet to over 50. And that's just the start.
The climax was reached with a number of 125 available submarines, means around 30, 40 submarines were at sea daily.
And this expanding U-boat force doesn't just have military targets in its sights.
There were elements in the German Navy who quite deliberately wanted to achieve what you might call a form of maritime terrorism.
The killer U-boats target a world-famous ship in an attack that shocks the world. The U-boat menace is growing. By 1915, no Allied ship is safe. Off Ireland's southern coast, Owen McGarry investigates what happens when the German Navy dramatically escalates its campaign.
It's under the water. You can look around You don't know where it is. You don't know where it's going to attack from. How do you attack back?
U-boats entering service in the second year of the war could dive almost twice as deep as U-1 and run submerged for 80 miles. Increased range means they can now strike deep into the Atlantic. And soon the German Navy is making the most of its killer technology. Beneath this buoy lies the wreck of one of the most iconic ships in history, and its shocking secret. Owen is one of a select few experienced enough to make the dive. It's so deep, he must breathe a special mix of gases to stay alive.
It's like the Everest of diving. It's just within the realms of safety and the limitations of your qualifications.
He heads down over 300 feet into the darkness. This twisted wreckage is all that remains of one of the most luxurious passenger liners ever built. But for over a century, the power of the sea has taken its toll.
On a huge wreck, like 798 foot long, it still lies as a huge hulk on the sea floor. It's festooned with fishing nets, discarded fishing nets, tangled fishing nets. It's a dangerous dive.
It also hides clues to an atrocity so shocking, it changes the course of the war. This is the wreck of RMS Lusitania. On May 1st, 1915, Lusitania leaves New York for Britain. Like her ill-fated rival, Titanic, this massive liner has been engineered to be unsinkable. On board, nearly 2,000 souls.
It was like a floating five-star hotel in one end of it, and then for the third-class passengers, it was still a luxurious way and fast way of crossing the Atlantic.
6 days later, Lusitania is just 12 miles from the Irish coast. Her captain has been warned that U-boats are in the area, but Lusitania can surely outrun any threat.
The Lusitania was doing 24 knots when she was cruising. And if you look out the stern of the Lusitania, you could put 60 water skiers across in the water, and she could pull water skiers. She went that fast.
So why does this superliner, built to be invincible, never arrive? 300 feet down, clues are hard to spot. But feeding precise 3D scanning data into powerful animation software means we can now reveal the wreck of one of the most famous ships that ever sailed. Lusitania slowly emerges back into the light. 32,000 tons of scarred and twisted metal. She lies tilted on her starboard side, parts sunken into the seabed. Can this be linked to how she sank? Now, seeing under the seafloor itself, it's possible to reveal something never seen before. Evidence of a fatal blow. Here, under the waterline, the unmistakable hallmark of a torpedo strike. U-20 has been ordered to stalk these waters. not only hunting warships, liners too. The U-boat unleashes a single torpedo, like an assassin's bullet.
If you could imagine being on the deck of the Lusitania, being 6, 7 stories up and looking over, and you see this thing coming at you and you know it's going to hit you, and you know exactly what it is. That must be daunting.
Lusitania is built to take on huge amounts of water, yet still stay afloat. How could a single shot send a ship this big to the bottom? The drained wreck reveals the hull is snapped clean in half, and the tip of the bow severely damaged. Evidence the liner hits the seafloor with tremendous force. Now, at last, we can reconstruct Lusitania's final moments. The torpedo blows open a hole. Lusitania is traveling so fast that her momentum forces tons of water in. She plunges into the Atlantic, taking nearly 1,200 men, women, and children with her.
She's almost driving herself underneath the water. Even if the props were stopped, she still was 32,000 tons, still being driven forward.
There's hardly any time to launch lifeboats.
She was gone in 20 minutes, which must have been just terrifying for the people on board.
Lusitania's speed hasn't saved her. It's killed her. She hits the seabed so fast that her huge hull snaps in two. Many hundreds of bodies wash ashore nearby, buried in mass graves in Ireland, as the whole world reels in shock.
The Germans were seen as murderers. They were seen as villains.
U-boats are now a terror weapon. But it's a risky strategy. The loss of American civilians on Lusitania and further U-boat attacks on American shipping pushes the U.S. towards joining the war. The German Navy knows that the clock is ticking.
The Germans know that they have a short window in which they can try to win the war. If they can get enough subs out there, if they can have advances on the battlefield, then they have a chance.
The killer U-boats launch a new campaign to crush their enemy outright. Waged here, just off the coast of Britain. But the battle is about to get a lot tougher for everyone. Lurking beneath the surface, unseen, unchallenged, the U-boat seems invincible.
To counter the threat of the German U-boats, the Royal Navy in particular didn't have much that they could throw at it.
U-boats can hide themselves within sight of any British port. The enemy is at the gates. After sinking Lusitania, the U-boat fleet doubles to over 100 vessels. They're planning to land a decisive blow.
We will sink enough ships to stop Britain importing, and this will defeat the British, who are the linchpin of the Allies, before the Americans, who might well declare war, can bring their power to bear.
Britain's ports are the final destination for a vast maritime supply chain. Thousands of merchant ships bring vital food, munitions, and supplies from the British Empire and the USA.
The need to support the war in Europe sees a massive shipment of men and materiel across the Atlantic, as well as the movement of ships in and around the British Isles. The Germans know this, and the submarines are sent out to take those ships out. with deadly effect.
If the German U-boats can cut the flow of supply ships, they can starve Britain into submission, and they'll stop at nothing to do it.
It's a total war. Civilians are targets. Merchant seamen are targets. This is what total war is. It's not a war between sailors and soldiers. It's a war in which everybody is involved, and everybody will be sacrificed.
This war rages most fiercely here in the Irish Sea, just outside the important port of Liverpool. In these seas, Bangor University's survey vessel, Prince Madog, is on a mission.
There she is.
Marine archaeologist Innes McCartney has joined forces with oceanographer Mike Roberts. Using the latest scanners, their ambitious plan is to locate every victim of this battle and discover what happens when the U-boats try to starve Britain into submission.
In World War I, this stretch of water was a very, very dangerous place to be.
Every merchant ship runs the gauntlet to make it through this corridor of death.
It must have been terrifying knowing what could happen at any moment.
And Prince Madog's survey is uncovering the massive scale of the killing.
Immediately beneath us are the remnants of a protracted battle, a battlefield effectively, which contains the remains of many, many hundreds of shipwrecks.
The sonar scans reveal the scattered bodies of the U-boat's victims. They prey on any type of vessel. Thousands perish. Innes and Mike study one wreck closely. A ship heavily laden with cargo for the war effort.
We know from the position of where it is, combined with the length and other details that we can see, that this is the wreck of SS Apapa.
4 a.m., November 28th, 1917. SS Apapa is almost at the end of her journey from West Africa. As well as cargo, she's carrying 119 passengers, including many women and children. Soon, they'll be docking safely at Liverpool. They hope.
It's coming into the danger zone where the U-boats are waiting.
US 96 is in the perfect position.
The U-boat had maneuvered round and was between the land and the ship, undetectable against the background. Fires a torpedo which struck the Papa in the stern. And it immediately began to sink. The captain on the Apapa ordered the women and children to be put into the lifeboats, so the lifeboats are swung out and are put down on the rail.
Though Apapa is already sinking, U-96 commander Heinrich Jess isn't finished with her yet.
At this point, U-96 has fired its second torpedo, what the commander referred to as the killing shot. And it was being hit the second time while everybody was evacuating. It caused 77 people to die.
The dead civilians on board Apapa make this one of the most infamous U-boat attacks ever. But it's just one of many, under orders to sink a monthly quota of 600,000 tons of shipping. U-boat attacks are relentless.
In fact, at 1 month, April 1917, they get to 800,000 tons. It's quite massive. They're doing better than they expected.
National survival is on the line. How can the British fight back?
Not only do German submarines improve and change during the First World War, but also the means by which to find them and sink them also begin to change.
Prince Madog has found dozens of wrecks. Now she picks up a new signal from the seafloor. Unlike any seen so far. Is this evidence of an underwater counteroffensive?
Skinny and tube-like with a central high point. This is a classic submarine wreck.
Among the wrecks surveyed in the killing zone, this is the only U-boat. So, if U-boats are so dominant here in 1917, what is it doing on the seabed? Prince Madog's detailed scan makes it possible to drain back the waters and investigate. It's an amazingly well-preserved U-boat, frozen in time. And this fearsome killer's 200-foot-long body looks completely undamaged. Accurate measurements from the high-res scan means Innes can identify exactly which U-boat this is.
The distance from the bow to the conning tower to the stern, and all of that matches up exactly correctly for U-87.
It's an incredible discovery. U-87 is one of a whole new class of long-range ocean-going hunter-killers. It's faster than previous U-boats and carries twice as many torpedoes. A deadly threat.
U-87 was the best type of submarine the Germans were capable of making in 1916 to 1917.
What could its mysterious fate tell us of the desperate struggle to stop the killer U-boats? The wreck of U-87 sits on the seabed, apparently intact. But over 500 feet across the drained ocean floor, another, much smaller piece of wreckage comes to light. It appears to be the very tip of U-87's stern. What's it doing here? Aboard survey vessel Prince Madog, Innes McCartney reviews records of U-87, detailing her mission, and learns more about the day she is destroyed.
Christmas Day 1917, U-87 encounters a small convoy and torpedoes a steamship. The U-boat's periscope is subsequently spotted.
Royal Navy patrol boat P-56 has U-87 in its sights.
The chances of any of these patrol boats ever seeing a submarine was remote, and when they did, everything gets used to take them out.
And she's carrying a new kind of anti-submarine weapon, an underwater bomb called a depth charge.
A depth charge is an explosive that is set once launched or rolled off the side or the back of a ship to detonate at a set depth.
The British captain gets as close to the last sighting of U-87 as he can and fires a volley of depth charges. But is this what sinks the U-boat? Can this small fragment give us an answer? Some force has left it 500 feet away from the U-boat. But the edges of the wound look clean, not jagged. Could a depth charge do this?
Can you confirm the range is clear for firing? Over.
Can confirm the range is clear.
At a remote defense testing facility in Scotland, demolition experts are trying to understand what effect an underwater blast can have on a U-boat. Sensitive equipment measures the force a depth charge unleashes outside and inside the hull.
60 seconds.
I wouldn't want to be in a submarine when that happens to it, because it's a very violent event. Five, four, three, two,
The blast creates a pulsing shockwave. But it does not crack open the hull. However, the test reveals that depth charges can damage subs in other ways.
The direct shock wave excites the submarine, shakes it, vibrates it, until equipment fails.
If this array of fragile pipes, valves, and hatches breaks, that threatens the U-boat's survival and exposes its biggest weakness.
By setting a depth charge off underwater, the blast is intended to rupture the seams, to break systems, to rattle a crew, to concuss them.
Depth charges had the immediate effect of driving the U-boat to the surface.
On the surface, there's nowhere to hide. P-56 seizes the moment.
A good way of sinking submarines was just to ram them. They were vulnerable to this. They could be cut in half or have chunks taken out of them by a ship ramming them. This would sometimes perhaps damage the ship, but on the other hand, on balance, it was better to sink the submarine. And ramming is very important.
Risking sinking itself, the patrol boat heads on a collision course with U-87. The drained wreck bears the scars of this incredible clash. The impact cleanly slices off the rear end, leaving the fragment intact. It sinks to the bottom, followed quickly by the crippled U-boat.
As the submarine was sinking, the patrol boat that had rammed it could see the Germans inside the submarine, so we know it was opened right up.
The Germans have been wreaking havoc in the Irish Sea for months. But now, U-87's crew meets its own terrible fate.
Submarines were known to their crews sometimes as steel coffins. I think it's an apt analogy because when we find one of these sitting on the bottom, particularly one lost in combat, you realize that the crew is still inside.
The wreck of U-87 reveals that new technology, plus some luck and courage, could defeat a U-boat. And by the end of 1917, the Royal Navy has a new force dedicated to the fight.
The anti-submarine division is charged with looking at every single means of technology, every single means of strategy available to it to combat this threat. And it develops a whole raft of different ways of dealing with it.
The counterattack means taking the war to the U-boats both above and below the waves.
They also developed the undersea mine as a more effective weapon and ultimately build a fortress wall, a barrage, as they call it, of mines to keep the Germans from approaching.
Around British coasts, huge forests of deadly floating bombs now protect shipping. These massive minefields sink U-boats and deter attacks. By the middle of 1918, the kill rate drops off from its peak at 800,000 tons per month to under 400,000 tons. But that's still a lot of sunken ships.
For all of the work being done to counter the German U-boats, they reigned supreme.
Conventional weapons are still not landing a decisive blow. The British must use a secret stealth weapon of their own. The English Channel is where the battle to defeat the U-boats reaches its climax. By 1918, its entrance blocked by a huge minefield. But off Plymouth, sonar scans reveal the outline of a wreck. It's similar to a Papa, a cargo ship. Does this mean that despite all Allied countermeasures, U-boats still threaten in these waters? historical wreck researcher Steve Mortimer is heading out to take a closer look. For over 4 years, he's been searching for a lost legend. And this wreck is exactly what he's looking for.
Today we're looking to dive a shipwreck that was sunk in 1918 after a battle with a German U-boat. We've been looking for her for a number of years, but today we've got a really hard target. She's lying in 65 meters, we think, something like that. And all we can do is go down, see what we find, and see if we can identify her.
Among the thousands of defenseless cargo ships sunk by U-boats in these deadly waters, Steve's target is special. The shape and size of the hull, proof that this was built as a cargo ship. And the mangled wreckage shows that it met a violent end. But the murky conditions obscure further secrets. Only draining away the English Channel can fully uncover the wreck and reveal the extraordinary truth. The hull is twisted and bent, the bow torn open, classic torpedo damage. But there's a totally unexpected discovery, too. Naval guns, military hardware on a cargo ship. For Steve Mortimer, it's the evidence he's dreamed of.
Fantastic, that must be it, that must be it. The engine's on the stern of the ship, there's 2 big guns on the stern. It can't be anything else, that must be HMS Stock Force.
Stock Force is a legendary British secret weapon, codenamed a Q ship.
The Q ship is a warship disguised as a merchant vessel.
It's a ship that is trying to pretend to be something it isn't, and in this particular case to look innocent, when it is in fact far from innocent.
She may look like a harmless cargo ship, but Stock Force is heavily armed. 4-inch naval guns, like those on a cruiser or destroyer, sit on platforms that can be folded away and hidden below deck.
It's one type of stealth against another type of stealth.
Under a directive from Admiralty Chief Winston Churchill, the Royal Navy has deployed Q ships since the submarine menace first began.
It's thought to have been at least 200 ships, and they vary from the very smallest little fishing vessels, even single-mast sailing ships, right through to large merchant ships.
The sailors on board are not merchant seamen. They're fighting men, practiced in the art of deception. July 30th, 1918. As Stock Force sails along the English Channel, her job is not to transport cargo, but to lure a U-boat to attack. She spots a periscope. The trap can be laid. What happens next makes Stock Force and her crew famous. Their story immortalized in a silent movie. With great skill, U-80 has crept through a minefield and strikes first.
Most of the bridge is destroyed. Some members of the crew are trapped.
Stock Force starts to sink. The crew rushes to abandon ship. But it's all part of the trick.
They were even trained how to tip the lifeboat over while they were dropping it. So just to make the whole thing look very amateurish. The crew would then be off and the U-boat would then move into close quarters to finish off the ship.
U-80 takes the bait, surfacing to inspect its handiwork. Stock Force's captain, Harold Oughton, holds his nerve.
Alton waits until the U-boat is in the optimum position to attack it, and then shouts, "Let's go," ordering his crew to fight back with everything they've got.
In would come the submarine, down would come the covers over the guns, and battle would commence.
It would be a hellfire of shells pouring into it.
You have to be able to hold your nerve even if your ship is sinking, and open fire and continue firing on a platform that is going glug, glug, glug into the ocean.
The U-boat is hit. The captain of Stock Force escapes only moments before his ship goes down. Commander Harold Oughton wins the Victoria Cross, Britain's highest honor for valor. At last, the Allies are neutralizing the U-boat threat, and cargo ships now reach Britain in well-protected convoys. There are simply not enough U-boats left to stop the flow of supplies.
If the Germans had been able to keep producing more submarines, they might very well have won the war.
When the exhausted Germans finally surrender in November 1918, they are forced to hand over their U-boats.
Before 1914, there isn't a great deal of understanding about what the submarine can really do. But by 1918, everybody knows it's a lethal weapon.
No one knows this better than the man bent on resurrecting German naval power in the 1930s.
The Nazis, well aware of the success of the U-boats in World War I, adopt that technology and adopt those strategies yet again.
In the Second World War, the Nazis launch over 1,100 new and improved U-boats. And once again, they devastate Allied shipping. Crewed by brave and remorseless men, the killer U-boats revolutionized naval warfare. The ancestors of the super subs that silently and secretly dominate the oceans today. A terrifying Nazi plan. An armada of super ships sent out to conquer the world.
When these ships were being built, they seemed revolutionary. They were capable of almost anything.
They are fast and lethal.
When it punched hard.
But in a series of epic battles, Hitler's mighty killer warships are sent plunging to the bottom of the seas.
There's a big hole.
Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets of the seafloor. Now, we can, using accurate data and astonishing technology, to bring light once again to a lost world. What can shattered remains in a Norwegian fjord tell us about the Nazi Navy's fatal weakness?
The Norwegians decided they ought to open fire, which they did with very great effect.
Can a tangled wreck in South America reveal the truth behind a shocking sacrifice?
Hitler would have preferred a blazing battle out of a Wagner opera.
And can the remains of Hitler's largest ever battleship reveal evidence of a secret Allied wonder weapon? In the 1930s, Britannia still rules the waves, with the world's largest and most powerful navy. But as soon as Hitler seizes power in 1933, he sets out to challenge it.
Hitler had introduced this plan to build this huge fleet. 10 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 160 destroyers, tens of cruisers.
When the war begins in 1939, much of this gigantic fleet is still on the drawing board. But Hitler does have something special. Powerful ocean raiders, capable of matching anything in the Royal Navy. Immediately deployed with deadly effect. In the South Atlantic, Nazi raider Graf Spee is hunting down merchant convoys carrying vital supplies to Europe. In just 3 months, she sinks 9 ships. Allied warships race to hunt her down. 3 British cruisers, Exeter, Ajax, and Achilles, spot their enemy off the coast of Uruguay. The British open fire. It's the first major sea battle of World War II. For the Graf Spee, it's also her last. But at the battle site itself, there's no sign of her. Jim Delgado, maritime archaeologist from Search, Inc., is heading into the treacherous River Plate, searching for the wreck. The waters here are turbulent and murky, so Jim is using high-tech multi-beam sonar to scan the estuary.
We're in shallow water.
Very shallow waters, between 8 to 10 meters.
With him is experienced Graf Spee researcher, Alfredo Echegari. If they find it, he'll recognize it.
The total length was about 188 meters.
Right.
The Graf Spee is a small battleship, for good reason. After World War I, German naval construction is tightly regulated. Her warships must be small in number and size. But Hitler works around the rules, creating a class of warship that's compact, but also very powerful, like the Graf Spee.
Graf Spee is designed to be a fast, hit-and-run raider. It's a Panzerschiff. It's a panther on the seas.
With her thin armor plating, the Graf Spee is light, fast, and maneuverable. And armed to the teeth. 6 11-inch guns and 8 torpedo tubes.
Wow.
There's a wreck.
Okay, wow. So it's still pretty intact. You've got your bow here. Decking is missing there, but there's forward gun turret. Yes. Right here, yes?
That's right.
The sonar images match Alfredo's plans. It's definitely the Graf Spee. So, why is it lying on the ocean floor here, far from the scene of the battle?
There's something more that goes on here.
Diving the wreck is difficult. The waters here are dangerous, with almost zero visibility. But by using the scan data, we can make the South Atlantic disappear. To let light fall once again on one of Hitler's favorite warships. Seeing the Graf Spee for the first time in 80 years. Much of her is intact. But the hull has suffered badly. And at the stern, The whole rear section is blown off, completely separated from the hull. Can the battle explain this damage?
3 small British vessels were outgunned and outmatched by Graf Spee.
The encounter is intense. The Graf Spee pounds the British cruisers, causing immense damage. But then the German captain makes a tactical error. He moves in too close. Allowing the British to surround their prey.
The 3 British cruisers peppered Graf Spee with 8-inch and 6-inch shells. They scored some quite significant hits. They put a big hole through the bow.
But the shell damage alone could not have been enough to sink her, because the wreck is here, hundreds of miles from the battle site. Local archives show that on December 14th, the Graf Spee sails into the Uruguayan capital of Montevideo for essential repairs. Her captain, Hans Langsdorff, thinks his ship will be safe in this neutral country.
When he came in here, he was low on ammunition. He had a ship that was shot full of holes, he had some critical systems down. And he also had 1,000 crew, many of them young boys.
Meanwhile, the Royal Navy is gathering strength offshore.
And all the time, they keep watch in international waters, waiting to see what he'll do.
Langsdorff requests 15 days to make essential repairs. Uruguay might be neutral, but the Allies are important trade partners, so the government gives him just 3 days. The captain has 2 choices: remain in Uruguay and have his ship impounded, or leave port and face the British fleet.
The difficult choice he now has to make is, does he go back out and fight, or does he do something else?
With a battle-scarred ship and low on ammunition, Langsdorff leaves port with just a skeleton crew. It looks like a suicide mission, but the captain has another plan.
He decides to do something else, and that's to scuttle his ship.
At 7:55 p.m. on December 17th, massive charges on the ship explode. Bombs carefully placed by the Graf Spee's own crew. One is so powerful, the stern is blown clean off. The Graf Spee starts to sink into the mud of the River Plate. The Fuhrer is enraged.
What Hitler would have preferred was something out of a Wagner opera, with Langsdorff and his crew dying heroically in a blazing battle that saw Graf Spee explode and sink.
Langsdorff is labeled a coward. In his hotel room, he commits suicide. Hitler has lost one of his deadliest battleships. But how does a wreck in Scandinavia reveal his determination to build still more of them? Oslofjord, Norway. Nearly 500 feet of deep, dark water. The research vessel Simrad Echo is out hunting for a lost Nazi raider. A key part of Hitler's plans for an armada of super warships. Maritime archaeologist Frederick Zoraide is fascinated by them.
Oh, there it is. Right there. Oh, here it's coming. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we're doing a multi-beam scan of the seafloor, and we're just come over the wreck of the Blücher. So it's a big structure.
Today, the Blücher lies over 300 feet down. The team deploys a remotely operated vehicle with video cameras. Frederick knows the Blücher was lost in April 1940. So what was a huge Nazi warship doing in these neutral waters? To unravel the mystery means understanding Hitler's naval master plan in more detail. Six months into the conflict, the German Navy is still heavily outnumbered. The Nazis need to build fast, but Germany is running out of raw materials.
Hitler needs as much iron as he can get.
Starved of steel and the iron ore to make it, Hitler has only one option: to crush his northern neighbor, Norway. The port of Narvik is key. It's the route out for shipping iron ore to Germany from the mines in northern Scandinavia. Hitler also knows that Norway's long coastline gives easy access to the North Atlantic, where his raiders can strike at a moment's notice.
The double whammy of needing this iron ore, plus the ability of Norway to protect his ships, many of which will have been built out of that iron ore, makes Norway vital.
The Nazis need to move fast. So they assemble the most powerful naval force they have, led by a brand new fighting ship, the Blücher. Weighing in at over 14,000 tons, this warship breaks all the limits imposed on Germany after World War I. Fore and aft, pairs of innovative stacked guns for rapid firing, and a powerful anti-aircraft battery, all making the Blücher Hitler's #1 choice to lead this critical attack. Its secret mission: sail up Oslofjord, train its terrifying guns on the Royal Palace, and force Norway to surrender without firing a shot. Hitler is not expecting a lot of resistance from this neutral country. But the Blücher never makes it to Oslo. Back on the Simrad Echo, Frederick is trying to find out why.
So we think we're looking at one of the gun turrets that's fallen off, probably.
These cameras can only show a limited view of the wreck.
There's a big hole.
But using the high-resolution scan data, we can now do better. Draining back the icy waters to see the Blücher clearly for the first time since she set out to bully a nation into surrender. A massive hull, over 670 feet long, face down in the mud. Amidships, a gaping wound clearly visible in the hull. The Blücher lies tilted on her left side, part of the keel lying hidden from view, beneath the mud. But penetrating under the mud itself, it's possible to reveal something never seen before. Two gigantic holes below the waterline, both of them fatal.
There is no doubt that the ship would sink as a result of getting such a hard impact.
And the mystery deepens. The Allies have no surface warships near Oslo. And the Norwegians have no active submarines in the area. What could have caused the holes? Investigation reveals something extraordinary below the surface. A mysterious cave. In 1940, the Germans know nothing about it.
The Norwegians were, and still are to some extent, very good at keeping secrets about their coast defenses.
Cut into the rock face, a hidden entrance. Historian Tony Pollard is investigating. It's a secret torpedo launch chamber.
These are incredible. Shaft just sinks down, and the torpedoes presumably load from the back.
A double cradle hangs over the shaft. Torpedoes are slid into the frame, winched down into the water, and fired.
There's no indication whatsoever to the enemy. There's no splash as this thing hits the water. It's literally coming out of the solid rock. It's amazing.
So what happens on the night the Blucher is sent to conquer Norway? Early morning, all seems quiet. Heavily armed, the Blucher brazenly leads a task force right into Oslofjord. They're not expecting any resistance. Certainly not from the 19th century Oscarsborg fortress.
The Germans, I think, thought that, well, we don't have to worry about this. They won't fire, and if they do, it won't be effective. But they were putting their head into a noose.
The commander of the garrison spots the Blucher and her task force approaching. As the German ships pass in front of the fortress, he opens fire. Multiple shell strikes on Blucher cause severe damage. Fires break out on board. Her rudder is jammed. But the Blucher limps on, unaware of the impending danger.
Having a secret torpedo nest in the island could come as a very nasty shock.
Each weapon carries 220 pounds of high explosives.
Because torpedoes hit below the waterline, where the water comes in quite rapidly, and it did.
It takes just 2 torpedoes to stop the mighty Blucher in her tracks. And she soon capsizes. Hitler calls on the Luftwaffe and his army to finish the job. And eventually, they do seize control of Norway. But his plan for a world-class navy has taken another blow.
The loss of the Blucher is particularly important. She is another one of these celebrity ships. Brand new, cutting edge. But she's gone. She's at the bottom of this fjord. And again, Hitler looks at the Navy and thinks, what the hell's happening here?
But the Nazis aren't done yet. One of Hitler's killer warships is set to achieve Germany's greatest ever naval victory in a battle of the giants. 1941. Nearly 18 months into the war, France has fallen, and Britain relies on supplies from across the Atlantic. But merchant convoys are vulnerable to attack from U-boats and Nazi ocean raiders. Most infamous of all, the Bismarck. In May, she's hunting Allied convoys, when HMS Hood, pride of the Royal Navy, tracks her down. The stakes are high in this heavyweight showdown, and there can be only one winner. So why are both of these powerful battleships now lying in deep waters 1,100 miles apart? As battle begins, the Bismarck has a slight upper hand. She's brand new and state-of-the-art. Her 15-inch guns can fire an impressive 24 miles. And her deck armor plating is thick at nearly 5 inches, offering excellent protection from incoming shells.
Creating Bismarck is all part of a larger plan to build powerful, iconic ships that are going to strike terror, enforcing Hitler's will on the rest of the globe.
On the British side, the famous HMS Hood. She's bigger than Bismarck at 860 feet long. But her main 15-inch guns are less powerful, firing just 17 miles. And her deck armor is thinner at 3 inches. She's also nearly 25 years old.
The Hood had a tremendous reputation, not just in the UK, but around the world. It was the most powerful, fastest, most feared, but also most loved warship for a 20-year period until the launch of the Bismarck.
Bismarck leaves her secret hideout in Norway. She plots a route through the Denmark Strait, west of Iceland, aiming for the North Atlantic and the Allied convoys. But she'll never make it that far. British intelligence discovers Bismarck is on the move. Hood is one of 3 ships sent to intercept. So what happens when these two giants come face to face? Wreck investigator David Mearns is tracking down the wreck of the Hood. He knows Hitler's top-tier battleship has the bigger punch, but just how much damage can the Bismarck inflict? The team begins to scan the seafloor at the last known location of the Hood in the Denmark Strait. But she's proving tough to find. Suddenly, the scan reveals a mysterious crater, almost 330 feet wide.
I think this is it.
Could it be a vital clue in the hunt for the Hood? The crater is nearly 2 miles down, too deep to dive. So David must use a remotely operated vehicle. It sends back tantalizing images. Shattered debris that suggests a catastrophic event. Next, the ROV finds a section of hull. It's so massive, it can only be the Hood. And it's overturned.
I've looked at 45 ships in deep water and never found one completely turned over.
Bismarck's deadly firepower has delivered a knockout blow.
In every single way, she is as badly destroyed as anybody could have imagined or described.
Using David's data, It's now possible to drain away billions of gallons of water from the Denmark Strait. And fully expose the wreck site for the first time. Spread across 1.5 miles of the seafloor, the shattered remains of over 40,000 tons of scarred and twisted metal. To the north, the conning tower. To the east, part of the bow and stern. Almost a half-mile away to the south, the largest intact section, the midships. The scattered remains suggest a massive explosion.
I wasn't expecting to see Hood as damaged as she was. That's what was completely unexpected. It was shocking, and it was very upsetting, actually.
Superimposing parts of the wreck onto the original plans of the Hood reveals a missing part of the ship between the stern and midships. The missing section of ship is where an ammunition store was located. It looks like this is the epicenter of the explosion.
What we know is that Bismarck's shell hit Hood and the aft part of the ship near the mainmast. There was this enormous explosion. They talked about it like a blow lamp, 600 feet high.
The shot that sank the Hood was in many ways a very lucky one for the Germans. If that shell had landed a little bit further aft, Hood may not have blown up.
It's now possible to piece together how the Bismarck sank the Hood in one of the shortest battles in naval history. Early morning. Hood spots the Bismarck. At a distance of over 14 miles, Hood fires her twin 15-inch guns. Bismarck takes a hit, damaging her fuel tanks. She returns fire. A shell hits Hood right above the ammunition stores. The great warship disappears beneath the waves in less than 3 minutes, with the loss of over 1,400 men.
HMS Hood, this great symbol of British imperial power, British sea power, blowing up the way she did with only 3 survivors, came as an enormous shock.
For the first time in centuries, Britannia cannot claim to rule the waves. And in the propaganda war, at least, German sea power is finally riding high. Bismarck appears invincible. But just 3 days after her great victory, she too lies at the bottom of the Atlantic. How did this ultimate killing machine meet her end?
It became very important for Churchill, the British government and the Royal Navy that the British should reassert their command of the sea by sinking Bismarck.
An armada of warships and squadrons of aircraft scour the ocean, hunting this killer down. A spotter plane picks up a trail of oil on the surface, leading straight to a wounded Bismarck. A staggering 2,800 shells rain down on Hitler's iconic battleship. Outnumbered, outgunned, and out of luck, Bismarck goes down and now lies 1,100 miles south of its opponent at the bottom of the sea.
She was powerful, she was beautiful, all eyes were on her. And at the end of the day, that was what killed her.
Hitler was shocked by the loss of this symbol of the prestige of the Third Reich. It was yet another nail in the coffin, if you like, of the German Navy.
The Tirpitz is Hitler's last great battleship. What can the sunken remains of Allied aircraft tell us about the extraordinary cost of destroying her? With the loss of the Bismarck in 1941, Hitler's faith in his navy is at an all-time low. He has one last battleship, the mighty Tirpitz. Terrified of losing her, the Führer orders a series of major upgrades. The improved Tirpitz weighs in at nearly 53,000 tons, 2,000 more than her sister ship, the Bismarck. Her hull is strengthened, wrapped in 13-inch thick armor plating. Nearly 5 inches of steel protects the main deck. She bristles with 8 15-inch main guns and a staggering 72 anti-aircraft guns. She is an impenetrable floating fortress, perhaps the most perfect battleship ever put to sea. But despite her impressive armory, this Goliath spends most of her life hiding out in Norwegian fjords, becoming a major thorn in the side of Allied forces.
Tirpitz became what naval strategists call a fleet in being. It wasn't risked, but the risks it posed forced the British, and the Americans at times, to deploy considerable forces just in case it did do something.
But the Tirpitz does not survive the war. The story of her demise begins in this fjord near Trondheim. Maritime archaeologist Fredrik Søreide is on a mission to try to uncover the Tirpitz's shadowy past. He believes these deep waters may contain clues to help explain the lengths the Allies went to destroy the Tirpitz. The team is using specialist ROVs and deep water cameras.
Oh, look at that. Can we try to move a little bit closer? Or? Yeah.
The ghostly outline of an aircraft appears.
Cockpits. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. That's the nose and then the cockpit.
But what is this plane? And what's it doing here?
Wow.
Fredrik tries to ID the aircraft. He needs to take a closer look inside.
We're probably sitting in the pilot seat.
Look at that.
We have the stick.
Oh, yeah. That's the stick. That's the stick. Yeah. That's the stick.
From the layout of the cockpit and the position of the two propellers on each side of the aircraft, Fredrik believes this is a British Halifax bomber. More ROV dives discover the Halifax is not alone. The bed of the fjord is littered with the remains of downed aircraft.
We believe that there are 40, 50 plane wrecks resting on the bottom of this fjord. This area really saw a lot of action. So this is really a veritable plane graveyard.
There must have been something really special here for the Allies to suffer such huge losses. And Fredrik discovers there is. The Tirpitz was hiding here for 1 year, heavily defended with anti-aircraft guns. But there's another reason why so many bombing raids fail. Scientist Claudia Hartill is gathering evidence from the most unlikely of places: the pine-clad slopes high above the fjord. Claudia takes core samples from deep inside the trees, revealing the growth rings.
They record everything. They are time machines. They can tell you the past.
Each ring records 1 year of the tree's growth. Claudia carefully counts back until she reaches the early 1940s and notices something unusual.
So you can see here wider rings, then you have a period of very narrow rings. You have a period of very low growth.
It's the same for all the trees in the area. During the war, something is stunting the tree's growth.
This is tree damage caused by the artificial smoke to hide the tirpitz.
The Germans had dozens of smoke generators around the fjord, pumping out dense acid clouds, poisoning the trees, but hiding their ship from Allied bombers overhead.
The Germans proved very adept at protecting tirpitz with smoke screens.
She's almost got a cloaking device, like something out of Star Trek, and she foils raid after raid.
But Hitler knows his last killer battleship is on borrowed time. Fearing the Allies might get lucky, in October 1944, he orders the Tirpitz to sail to a new location, Hakoya Island. It's to be her last voyage.
So we're just outside of Tromsø, and this is the final resting place of the Tirpitz, just below this area. But remember, this ship was enormous.
Frederick puts down a remotely operated underwater camera.
The whole seafloor is basically littered with stuff.
Yeah, it's a big area.
After 75 years, shells capable of traveling 20 miles remain intact.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
I think, yeah, there's a book.
There's a book.
Personal items. A book with the pages still clearly readable. But very little of this enormous battleship remains. But now, using historical records, coastal scans, and state-of-the-art computer visualization, we can roll back the waters of Hakoya Island as they were in 1944. The Tirpitz is lying upside down in shallow waters. Near the port bow, a gigantic hole. Towards the stern, evidence of 2 more impacts, all punched through the thick 5-inch armor plating. And directly alongside the ship, more evidence. An enormous crater, 100 feet wide, gouged into the seabed. What weapon could have caused such catastrophic damage? October 1944, Hakoya Island, northern Norway. Hitler's last great battleship, the Tirpitz, is hiding out just off the shoreline. The Germans know the Tirpitz is on the Allies' most wanted list. Underwater nets protect her from torpedo attacks. Sand and rubble are piled up around the hull to prevent the Tirpitz from capsizing if hit. She survived over 2 years of aerial attacks. So what happens here, less than 1 month after arriving, that sends her to the bottom of the fjord. At the side of the wreck, a huge bomb crater. On the deck, holes punched straight through the extra thick steel, too big to be shell or torpedo damage. What could cause such devastating destruction? The evidence of its power still scars the landscape today at Hokoya Island. Churchill is determined the Tirpitz must be destroyed. But to cut through her 5-inch thick steel deck, the Allies need a more powerful bomb than ever before. There's only one man to turn to, the brains behind the legendary bouncing bomb of the Dam Busters raid, Barnes Wallis. And the weapon he develops is so huge, the planes carrying it have to be specially adapted and stripped down. It's called the Tall Boy. Towering at a mighty 21 feet, its unique aerodynamic shape allows it to free fall quickly and accurately through the air, breaking the sound barrier. At 6 tons, it's designed to penetrate the ground to depths of 80 feet and only then explode.
And these are massive, almost earthquaking explosive devices.
The mission to destroy the Tirpitz is highly dangerous. She's well protected with anti-aircraft guns, so the bombers need to get in and out fast. There's only one squadron for the job, 617, the Dam Busters themselves.
617 Squadron had become the leading exponent of precision bombing. They were able to drop these Barnes-Wallis-designed weapons with great accuracy, and they were therefore a tremendous danger for an anchored warship, however well protected.
At 18,000 feet, dodging anti-aircraft fire, the bomb aimers of the 617 Squadron finally get the Tirpitz in their sights. The Tall Boys accelerate through 500, 600, 700 miles per hour. Several miss their targets, cratering the shoreline. But others are set firmly on a deadly course. Tall Boys punch straight through the Tirpitz's steel decking.
So these bombs turn out to be very powerful tools against the Tirpitz. And for the first time, they really managed to penetrate the steel.
Other Tall Boys destroy the huge sandbank built to protect the Tirpitz from capsizing. Within minutes, the vessel lists and rolls over. The Tirpitz, like her sister ship, the Bismarck, is gone.
By the time Tirpitz was sunk, Hitler had completely lost faith in the German Navy. He'd actually ordered the German Navy to be scrapped. There were other things to worry about.
The death of the Tirpitz marks a revolution in naval warfare. The future belongs to submarines, striking from beneath the waves, and aircraft carriers that can launch attacks anywhere in the world. Hitler's dream is dead, and with it, the age of the battleship. Pearl Harbor is just the beginning. In the terrifying weeks after Japan's surprise attack, more shocking blows fall upon the Allies. As a wave of terror spreads across the Pacific, leaving behind a tragic trail of wreckage on the ocean floor. Imagine if we could empty the oceans, letting the water drain away to reveal the secrets on the seafloor. Now we can. Using accurate data and astonishing technology to bring light once again to a lost world. What can a shattered wreck in the South China Sea reveal about the technical brilliance of the Japanese Navy?
The result was complete collapse of half of the ship's systems from a single blow.
What secret weapon sends this mighty warship down?
If you can't see it coming, how do you avoid it? Well, the answer is you don't.
And why does this sleepy Australian port become a second Pearl Harbor? December 1941. The Empire of Japan is on the march. It already holds parts of China. Now it targets the regions beyond, sparking conflict with America and her allies, including Great Britain. From the fortress of Singapore, the Royal Navy dominates the South China Seas. Can the ruins of a mighty battleship reveal just how badly the British misjudged the power of their new enemy? As the Japanese launch their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, Winston Churchill worries that they might invade the Dutch East Indies and British Malaya, areas rich in the resources that Japan badly needs, especially oil. Seeing the imminent threat, the Royal Navy mobilizes a battle group of 6 powerful warships and call it Force Z. Its mission is to head northeast from Singapore on the lookout for Japanese invaders. Leading the squadron is a brand new battleship, HMS Prince of Wales. Churchill believes that her mere presence will be enough to deter the enemy.
Prince of Wales was a state-of-the-art battleship, very heavily protected. The ship with its armor was pretty immune to attack.
The battleship was the supreme embodiment of a nation's sea power and majesty. If you saw a Prince of Wales coming over the horizon, you knew you were in big trouble.
Armed with 10 14-inch main guns, plus 16 secondary guns and anti-aircraft capability, the Prince of Wales is lethal to targets at sea, on land, and in the air. She's also well protected. Armor shields the deck, and an additional 15-inch thick belt surrounds her massive hull. Force Z is 50 miles east of British Malaya when it's spotted by Japanese reconnaissance aircraft. But by early afternoon the following day, the Prince of Wales is at the bottom of the South China Sea, and Britannia's rule over these waters is over. Decades later, diver Rod McDonald is part of a military expedition to research what happened here.
My role in this expedition is basically to try and work out exactly why the wreck sank. When this vessel was built, it was a state-of-the-art battleship.
The location of the wreck is well known, but her condition has not been revealed in such detail before. Over 200 feet down, the mighty Prince of Wales, silent on the seafloor. there are areas of serious damage. Over weeks, the divers scour the wreck, gathering data. And as the waters roll back, light shines for the first time in almost 80 years on HMS Prince of Wales. It's mostly intact, but its starboard side is punctured by 3 massive holes. From their position below the waterline, they look like torpedo strikes. Elsewhere on the wreck, further details of her final battle. The smaller 5.25 gun turrets on the starboard side are all aimed downwards. As the British sailors fight to defend their ship, what are they shooting at? The answer may lie with another ship, the USS North Carolina, a battleship built to similar specifications. It survived its own deadly encounters with the Japanese. Naval historian Anthony Tully believes this battleship holds clues about the downfall of its British cousin.
Behind us are the North Carolina's secondary battery of 5-inch 38 caliber guns. The Prince of Wales had 8 5-inch mounts of similar size. These guns were trained low on the horizontal. They are not elevated like this, but rather like this.
Guns trained low couldn't hit distant ships. And they aren't for taking on submarines. Tully believes it can mean only one thing: air attack.
They're trying to track the planes. The Japanese aircraft were attacking at wave-top level, and they had to lower them to this level to even have a chance of hitting them.
5.2-inch guns are formidable against attacking aircraft, but the armor-belted hull is the Prince of Wales' ultimate defense, impervious to most gunfire and torpedoes.
If any ship would be able to shrug off an air attack, it was Prince of Wales.
No battleship had been sunk in action in the open sea. The big guns of battleship were the only things that could take out another battleship.
Despite all this protection, somehow the Japanese managed to break through. The drained wreck exposes more clues. The holes reveal whatever hit this hull created massive damage. Much bigger than damage caused by a typical torpedo of the day. It points to one thing: a new Japanese wonder weapon. The Type 91 torpedo.
The standard torpedo can break the surface and run in an erratic direction that you don't intend it to go. But the Japanese have pretty much worked the bugs out of their torpedoes.
The Japanese military used the 91 with devastating effect for the first time just days earlier at Pearl Harbor.
It came as a nasty surprise to the Allies. The warhead was quite powerful compared to other contemporary torpedoes. It could be released at a higher altitude, at a longer distance from the target, at higher speed. These innovations made it a revolutionary version of an aerial torpedo.
The Type 91 torpedo is indeed revolutionary. At its nose is a warhead carrying a payload of 450 pounds of explosive. Wooden stabilizers on its tail fins guide it into the water. On entering, the fins snap off. Then, an internal depth meter keeps the missile from rolling off target and at a steady 20 feet below the surface. But if the torpedo was at this depth, it should have hit the ship right in the armor belt.
If any of these torpedoes had hit the armor belt, Prince of Wales would have survived unscathed.
But the damage on the wreck is way below the armor, on the ship's soft underbelly. How did the Japanese 91s strike so low? The battleship HMS Prince of Wales is sunk while patrolling the South China Sea. Japanese aerial torpedoes, designed to strike at precisely 20 feet below the waterline, have pierced the battleship. But her hull is supposed to be impenetrable. Looking at what remains of the battered wreck, the hull damage shows torpedoes strike 3 times on the starboard side. Outside the protective armor belt and below the normal operating depth of the Type 91. And there's another hole on the port side, close to the stern. Can this torpedo strike explain the ship's fate? The damage at the stern attracts the attention of naval historian Anthony Tully. He's on board the USS North Carolina, a ship with similar design features to the Prince of Wales.
This is the propeller shaft we're seeing. If you were standing right here, it'd be spinning like crazy. Because of the torpedo hit, you had a bent shaft rotating out of alignment.
The bent shaft causes a dangerous chain reaction. A ship's hull is divided into partitions known as bulkheads. These add strength and can be sealed off to contain water if flooding occurs. They are what allow a warship to take a hit but stay afloat. Running through these bulkheads are the ship's 4 propeller shafts. A damaged but still rotating shaft would rupture the bulkhead seals all along its length. This would allow water to flood the engine room, deep in the center of the ship.
This entire space, this entire vast claustrophobic space, would be filled with water.
It doesn't take much water inside a ship to alter the trim of the ship.
If flooding makes the ship list to one side, it would raise the armor belt out of the water, exposing the ship's vulnerable hull to further torpedo strikes.
If the ship had been on an even keel, that torpedo would have hit the armor belt, which would have dealt with it quite easily.
Using all the evidence, we can now recreate what likely happened. It's late morning. Force Z are spotted by enemy aircraft and turned back, heading to Singapore. But the hunter becomes the hunted. Japanese bombers arriving from nearby bases spot the British fleet. The Prince of Wales lowers her anti-aircraft guns and opens fire on the enemy. A bomber, now at wave-top level on her attack run, launches her deadly Type 91 torpedo. It strikes the Prince of Wales, right by the port propeller.
It is impossible to protect the propellers and steering gear of a battleship.
The flooding ship starts to list. The armored section rises up, bringing the unprotected hull into the firing line of the torpedo.
It's a sitting duck.
3 more torpedoes strike the Prince of Wales on the starboard side, beneath the armor plating. A state-of-the-art battleship is now brought down by a handful of torpedoes.
In about 100 minutes, less than 2 hours, one of the most modern battleships in the world had been sunk by torpedo bombers.
Force Z loses the Prince of Wales and one other warship in the battle group, HMS Repulse. 840 British sailors are dead, and naval warfare has been changed forever.
No battleship had been sunk by air attack at sea. This is a major landmark in naval history.
This catastrophic defeat marks the beginning of the end for the British Empire in the East. And the Japanese have only just begun. What can we learn of the scale of Japan's ambition from a vessel lost over 3,000 miles from Japan itself? Expedition diver Mac McCarthy has been investigating wrecks in the Pacific Ocean for decades. War records reveal a Japanese submarine, I-124, was sunk off the coast of Australia in January 1942, and he wants to find it. His mission takes him to waters north of Australia, to an area declared a war grave and off-limits to diving since 1976.
I had a personal desire to see it because it had so much mystery around it.
In 1988, Mac and his team gained permission to explore the wreckage.
The problem was that the position fixing in those early days wasn't very good, so it was very difficult to locate the wreck.
The crew deploys a side-scan sonar.
You clearly start to see this pointy shape, which is the bow. And of course, it's a glorious moment.
Oh, whackety deck. Look at this. See the conning tower?
Mac's team has pinpointed what looks like their sunken sub. Next, they lower an ROV.
There we all were around the screen. And then down it goes, and we're watching the compass, and we're watching what's in front. And then there comes the submarine.
The submarine has suffered damage. But is this the sub he's looking for? To find out, we're now able to drain the waters of the Timor Sea. The submarine appears. A 5.5-inch deck gun is clearly visible. The conning tower shows signs of damage from enemy attack. It must have been hit hard and repeatedly. And there's more. Markings visible on the tower. Japanese submarine I-124. Submarines are the ultimate maritime stealth weapon. Nearly undetectable when submerged. But something must have found this one. Australian naval historian Tom Lewis is trying to work out what the submarine was doing here. He's found blueprints that match the sunken sub's features.
If you look at this, you've got torpedo tubes, ballast tanks, you've got diesel engines, you've got electric batteries, you've got periscopes. You sort of say, OK, German U-boat from World War I. So Japan took the plans of one of the German U-boats and they copied it.
But this isn't a straight copy of a German sub. The Japanese take the design and develop it further to give the submarine a new role.
This is a mine-laying submarine. It's designed in a different way from other submarines of World War I and II. The mines are bigger than the average sort of mine. You make a big mine and you dispense it and it's got more firepower, it's got more punch.
The I-124 is one of 4 underwater mine layers in the Imperial Japanese Navy. 280 feet long, it carries a crew of over 75 men. It's armed with torpedoes and a deck gun. and it carries 42 powerful sea mines.
This book here is the Wreck Inspection Journal, which we have to keep.
So what was this mine layer doing here? Mac McCarthy finds a map detailing the war movements of all 4 Japanese mine layers.
These are Japanese records, and they show the movements of the Japanese submarines in the North Australian coast and their proximity to the coast.
The Japanese subs are targeting this critical supply route between northern Australia and the Dutch East Indies. A mine layer should be undetectable. So how did it somehow make itself a target? Off the coast of northern Australia, diver Mac McCarthy has found a Japanese World War II submarine. A closer look at the drained wreck reveals something unusual. Hatches in the hull have been blown open. Elsewhere on the seabed, something curious. Objects that look like oil barrels. These are submarine killers. Depth charges. Depth charges are deployed when a submarine is spotted. As a charge sinks to a pre-selected depth, it detonates. The shockwave can send a sub down. This sub must have been spotted, then hit hard. But how did the enemy know where I-124 was? January 19th, 1942. The submarine sends a routine message that is picked up by Allied intelligence. The following day, a torpedo attack on a U.S. ship alerts them to Japanese submarine activity. The Australian sub-killer, De La Reine, armed to the teeth with depth charges, heads off to search for it. While Japanese and German subs are similar, their tactics are very different. The Germans target merchant shipping, while Japanese subs shadow and attack Allied task forces.
The Japanese strategy in World War II, how they use their submarines, is flawed. They attack warships. It's a sort of odd concept.
When the De La Reine spots a torpedo fired at it, it's the clue the crew needs. For once, the Japanese Navy is too ambitious for its own good. It allows the De La Reine to pinpoint the sub, then attack. Now, using evidence from historical records and our drained shipwreck, we can illustrate I-124's final hours. The I-124 is laying mines in the Allied shipping lane. Allied intelligence alerts HMAS De La Reine to the presence of a sub. She fails to find it. The I-124 spots the Australian warship first and attacks. A torpedo narrowly misses, and the De La Reine is alerted to the sub's position.
Unfortunately, they took on a modern warship specifically designed to kill submarines.
The minesweeper immediately charges the sub.
Where do you go? Once they've got a lock on you and they can see where it's come from, they know where you are. It's a suicidal position.
I-124 is pummeled by round after round of depth charges. Seconds later, the hatches blow and she plunges to the depths. The first Japanese submarine to be sunk by the Australian Navy in World War II. There are no survivors. Despite their advanced technology, the Japanese strategy of using subs for preemptive attacks cost them dearly here. But the wreck of I-124 is evidence that the Japanese do quickly bring the war to northern Australia. They will be back, and in shocking force. Maritime archaeologists David Steinberg and Silvano Young are leading an expedition dive in Darwin Harbour, northern Australia. They've come to investigate the largest ever attack on Australian soil. The only warning is the drone of an air armada. Nearly 200 Japanese planes descend on Darwin, strafing the harbor. Next, they target the town itself. 9 naval vessels are sunk, and hundreds are dead and wounded.
It's a massive attack and was devastating and overwhelming and lived in people's memories. Those that experienced it will never forget it. I think Darwin is Australia's Pearl Harbor.
David and Silvano are searching for evidence to understand just why the raid was so successful and so deadly.
There it is. One of the main things we're going to be looking for is any damage that's been done from the attack on the 9th of February 1942.
Beam down. Roger, left surface 0918. On the wreck.
Yeah, Roger, just have a swim round and
Just work out where you are. This looks like a structure here.
But the dive can only reveal so much. Using data from David and Silvano's survey, we can lay the floor of Darwin Harbour bare. To reveal not a ship, but a plane. Camouflaged paintwork suggests it's military, not civilian. Features on the plane help David identify it. It's a Catalina. The Catalina is an Allied flying boat. It was used for vital intelligence gathering and surveillance.
The Catalinas were essential for the Allied war effort because the only way you were going to find the enemy at sea was with your own eyes.
Here you've got some torn sheeting. Oh, look at that. Does that look burnt to you? Certainly does.
Definitely burnt.
There's clear evidence of fire.
That's most definitely burn damage from the fire that caused the loss of the aircraft.
So what caused this fire and ultimately sent this Catalina down?
Can you see this clearly? We've got more examples of damage.
So you got machine gun damage.
Returning to the drained wreckage, there's more evidence. More signs of gunfire. Under the pilot's window, something else. Larger holes. Telltale signs.
Yeah, that looks like 20mm cannon damage there.
Which points to one particular fighter plane. A brilliantly designed killer that is a vital cog in Japan's military machine. The Zero.
Oh, it's very exciting, yeah. It was really a process of elimination. There were Zeros that came down strafing on them.
The Mitsubishi A6M, or Zero, is a fighter plane capable of launching from aircraft carriers. It carries a pair of 1/3-inch machine guns and a 3/4-inch cannon in each wing. It has an unparalleled range of over 1,500 miles.
The Zero is an iconic Japanese fighter. It is to the Japanese what the Spitfire is to the British.
Japan attacks Darwin with her best, and fresh evidence beneath the waters of the harbor reveals a secret tactic that almost guarantees success. David Steinberg and Silvano Young have found one plane in Darwin Harbor. Now, they extend their search. And discover 2 more downed Catalinas. Mapping the position of all 3 planes reveals they lie in a line. They couldn't have all crashed this way. The wrecked flying boats must have been moored at the time of the attack. Evidence on the drained Catalina sheds light on Japanese tactics that February morning. The position of the damage, all on one side, is revealing. The bullet holes all lie on its south side, suggesting the direction of the attack comes not from the sea, but from inland. An approach from the south, over the Australian mainland, would surprise the Allies. And Tom Lewis thinks the Japanese tactic of attacking in the morning gave them another advantage.
There's a number of reasons for attacking from the south. The first is you're attacking out of the sun. You've still got the sun behind you, which is good because it blinds your defenders. So it gives you that element of surprise.
At the time of the attack, Darwin is a small town of 2,000 civilians. But Darwin's size belies its importance. Its location isn't just the perfect place for launching surveillance aircraft like the Catalinas, as David and Silvano discover as they continue to scour the seabed. They find another wreck. A large ship. Much of it is gone, salvaged in the decades since it sank. But enough remains to reveal what it was. A cargo ship.
We can see there is trucks and motorbikes and ammunition, and also recorded on this site is gas masks and mortars, military equipment.
And the importance of Darwin becomes clear. It's a crucial link in the Allies' supply chain, a base for vessels, and the hub for shipping ammunition and other vital supplies. Now, it's possible to understand exactly what happened in Darwin Harbor. "188 planes are launched from 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, nearly 200 miles to the north. But rather than heading directly to Darwin, the planes fly east, circling around the town. They want to attack Darwin Harbor from the south.
You would have seen the aircraft coming towards you this way, crossing the beach down there.
The Australians are unprepared. The town is poorly defended for an attack from the air. The Catalinas are sitting ducks as the Zeros circle round to attack, protected by the full glare of the sun. The pilots swoop down, unleashing the full force of their weapons, machine gunning the moored planes. A second wave of planes arrives. High-altitude bombers.
The place was in absolute pandemonium.
The fighters and bombers destroy 30 military aircraft and 9 ships anchored in the harbor.
Behind is left chaos, ships on fire, ships sinking, people in the water who are dead.
Darwin remained ineffective as a harbor that could support the war.
The Japanese have used advanced technology and smart tactics against an unsuspecting and unprepared enemy. The Allied supply chain into the Pacific is crippled. And still, the shockwave spreads. In Washington, D.C. and London, Allied leaders are astonished at the scale and speed of Japan's victories. Just days before the Darwin bombing, the Japanese also capture the famous British stronghold of Singapore. Now Japan has its eye on Java in the Dutch East Indies, today known as Indonesia. The Imperial Navy mobilizes a landing fleet to seize its precious oil fields. The Allies scramble to stop them, pulling together a force that includes one of Australia's most famous warships, HMAS Perth. At 550 feet long, the light cruiser HMAS Perth is almost twice the length of the Statue of Liberty. Achieving 32 knots, she's built for speed. Armed with almost 40 guns, the Perth is a fearsome opponent. But the Allied fleet she's sailing in is unprepared for what's to come.
There was an ad hoc force of cruisers and destroyers from 4 different countries, Australia, Britain, the United States, and the Netherlands. So you have this almost ragtag and bobtail force of ships against the very highly trained and motivated Japanese Navy.
The two fleets meet in the Battle of the Java Sea, and the Allies don't stand a chance. They lose 5 vessels, along with 2,300 lives.
There was no common doctrine, no common signaling system. The whole thing degenerated into complete chaos.
2 Allied cruisers escape, seeking refuge on the southern coast of Java. An American heavy cruiser, USS Houston, and HMAS Perth.
They had been told that there were no Japanese forces in the vicinity, so therefore they could have a safe passage.
But 48 hours after escaping the Japanese in the Java Sea, the Perth disappears. An expedition to unravel the fate of the Allied warships, including the Perth, is led by veteran wreck hunter Vidar Skogli. Her last known position is in the Sunda Strait, a narrow passage of water between the islands of Java and Sumatra. The team surveys the area, looking for wrecks. Eventually, the sonar detects something promising.
The biggest thrill of all is to find a new wreck. You never know what you're going to find down there.
The team dives. They encounter a massive wreck. And as the waters roll back, we can see for the first time a huge vessel lying on her port side, with 4 large gun turrets visible and several gaping holes in the hull. It's definitely the Perth. The guns on one of the turrets are pointing straight down into the sand. And the sighting ports on the two half turrets are both open. These guns were operational and firing to the end. She did not go down without a fight. A dive team led by Vidar Skogli is investigating the wreck of HMAS Perth. The exposed starboard side of the Perth hull shows several gaping holes. And underneath, they find something else.
It had some very serious torpedo damage right behind the bow, where you could actually swim through the hole from one side to the other.
Using the data, we can look beneath the wreck to reveal something impossible to see from diving alone. Two bigger holes on the opposite port side. The Perth was under attack from both directions. And one attacker hit the ship with something unusually powerful. A typical torpedo wouldn't cause such massive damage. Wartime records suggest one possible cause was something that wreaked havoc in the Java Sea days before. A Japanese wonder weapon. The Long Lance torpedo.
The Long Lance was by far the most effective torpedo in the world, and the Western navies had virtually no idea of its existence.
Reaching faster speeds than anything else afloat at the time, the Long Lance has a huge warhead, packing around twice the payload of an average torpedo. It has an astonishing range of 23 miles. Inside, it uses a revolutionary system of propulsion, which leaves no trail of bubbles.
The standard surface torpedo ran on compressed air, which means that you get bubbles. It leaves a wake in the water, which you can see from quite a distance. You can see it coming. If you can't see the torpedo coming, how do you avoid it? Well, the answer is you don't. You can't.
Its ability to target ships at distances unheard of means the Japanese can attack the Allies while keeping their own ships out of range. Tragically for the Perth, she escapes one Japanese fleet, then sails unwittingly into the path of a second.
What they didn't realize was that they were running into a major Japanese invasion force.
Piecing together the evidence, a picture emerges of the final hours of HMAS Perth and her crew. In the Java Sea, the Allies take on the Japanese. Over the course of the battle, Allied ships are hit hard. The Perth escapes. Told that the Sunda Strait is safe, the captain heads for this narrow stretch of water off the Java coast. But she's spotted by a Japanese destroyer. Minutes later, 3 entire destroyer divisions close in. Salvos of torpedoes come from all sides. The Japanese go in for the kill.
Now they could concentrate a superior force of destroyers.
Two torpedoes hit the port side. Massive explosions, suggesting Long Lances.
It was very difficult to counter a Long Lance because you couldn't see it coming.
After over an hour of desperate fighting, the Perth goes down, along with 375 sailors. Another emphatic victory for the Japanese Navy. The following day, Japanese landing fleets begin their invasion of Java Island. Just one day after originally planned.
With the delay of the invasion of Java by a mere 24 hours and the heavy losses suffered, this must go down as one of the greatest disasters in naval history.
Thousands of Allied lives were lost across the region in just 3 days. But today, surveys reveal that little remains of the Perth or many other ships sunk by the Japanese. These and other vessels face another more recent enemy. Salvagers, with the wrecks being illegally ripped apart for their metal.
The grab itself would go down on top of the wreck and it would stab into it. They would close up and then just tear chunks of metal off. So piece by piece, they would rip it off.
There's just no wreck at all, as if it's just been lifted.
What remains of these wrecks is a continuing reminder of the first shocking months of the Pacific War and the price of Allied overconfidence.
There was a tendency at this time to underestimate the Japanese.
The Japanese actively encouraged that kind of misperception on the part of the Western countries because they didn't want them to know how advanced they really were.
Less than 3 months after Pearl Harbor, the Empire of Japan is at the apex of its power. With superior technology and strategy, it now controls the entire region and its oil. It will take the Allies 3 deadly years to defeat an enemy they so shockingly underestimated.
This is Dan Lenahan.
Yep, looks good.
Can I go ahead here?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, consider yourself in a water environment which is very dark. You can see perhaps the length of a person, but after about 6 feet, the rest of it is just kind of mysterious. And then there it is, the resting place for 1,000 men. This isn't just a sunken ship, believe me. This is the USS Arizona.
Almost invariably, people remember where they were, what they were doing when they first heard the terrible news about the disaster at Pearl Harbor.
The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
When they looked up, they thought, well, they're having some kind of drill this morning?
7:55. That's when the first bomb arrived.
They're not at their battle stations. They're helpless. And the Arizona was gone.
The attack on Pearl Harbor is so iconic, you'd think we knew everything there is to know by now.
But yet, still today, there are questions about it. What caused the Arizona to explode the way it did? What we discovered changed our understanding of Pearl Harbor forever.
I've been intrigued by the oceans from as early as I can remember. One of the things that really sort of steered me in my eventual direction was watching Jacques Cousteau and their submarine, the Suku. Came to Hawaii and I was driving around the island in 1976. And I was coming to the Mackay Pier and a crane was picking a little submersible out of the water. That was my dream. I had to go check it out. Just the idea of exploring the ocean. I'd always been intrigued by that. Pearl Harbor really was a defining moment for my parents and their entire generation of Americans. And yet, there's so much mystery about the attack. especially the use of Japanese secret underwater weapons. I always thought that this was an attack from the air, but the Japanese said that there was an attack from the sea with midget submarines. I was astounded. When I dug into it deeper, I discovered they were roughly the third the size of the smallest U.S. submarines. Perfect for the shallow waters of Pearl Harbor. The theory is that one of these midget subs made it all the way up to Battleship Row and torpedoed the battleship. Most of these submarines have been accounted for. It was proven that none had sunk any U.S. ships, but 2 had never been found. So was it possible that one of these hit a warship? It's fair to say I became a little obsessed with finding them. One in particular, a sub the crew of the American USS Ward claimed they'd sunk. Nobody really believed that they sank that sub, but I always thought that it was still out there. So I made an unofficial pact to try and find the Ward's midget. After 40 years of piloting submersibles, every time I climbed in and closed that hatch, it was the same rush, like the first time.
Working with Terry Kirby, he's such a fantastic guy. Even though I'm a biologist, like the shipwrecks are almost a side project or a hobby almost to help Terry out. Whenever Terry asked me to do a dive, I would jump immediately at the opportunity.
We started the search about 3 miles outside Pearl Harbor, not far from where the Ward crew reported engaging the midget sub.
Okay, Pisces 5, you copy?
What is all this stuff? I don't know what those things are. Chasing targets with a sonar, you would get a target that looked very promising. There you're looking on your sonar, and there is a perfect straight line with a conning tower and a periscope.
Oh, okay. It's a big rock. Yeah, I see it now.
And then you'd go up to it and be the flat slab of a carbonate outcrop with a steel box on top with a pipe sticking out of it.
I guess I would describe it as an underwater dump. Vehicles, landing crafts, and ships that the Navy no longer needed. Their lawn chairs, toilets, old cars. So, yeah, if you're looking for specific objects, it can be quite challenging.
All right, there's that plane wheel we saw this morning.
We were at the end of the dive, and just getting ready to leave the bottom when I got another good contact out there.
I think this is probably one of our landing craft. We'll take a look at it. Whoa. What is this? What is this?
And I came up on what I thought was a torpedo. And as I got close...
It's a submarine.
It's a submarine.
I'll be damned.
Because of its small size, realized that it was a stern section of a Japanese midget submarine.
Wow. Now that's remarkable.
The rest of the sub was missing. So where was it? Could this be the Ward sub? Took us about a dozen dives over the next 10 years to find out for sure. So there was another dive, and we went to the general area where I'd located the stern section.
What do we got here?
Jesus, check this out. It's a submarine. This time, we're looking at the midsection, conning tower, periscope. That's definitely a conning tower, over. We went back out there again. Now, look at the bow. And I came across the bow section. Got the third piece of the same vessel. Yeah. So here's all three pieces of a Japanese midget submarine.
So was this really the Ward sub? If it was, why was it broken into pieces?
All three pieces were roughly within 100 meters of each other in a rough line. There were cables that were choked up and rigged on the tail. The midsection, you could see that it had been cleanly disconnected. And the bow section, it too had been disconnected. When I saw this, my feeling was that this was a war prize that was brought back to Pearl Harbor and investigated and then disassembled and rigged and dumped.
The sub that the USS Ward fired on was never seen to blow up, so wherever it was, should still be intact.
So our hearts sank and we realized that it wasn't the Ward's midget. Eventually, we realized that the method that we are using was going to take a long time. But we got a real break when our chief biologist, Chris Kelly, got access to a very expensive deep-sea mapping system.
Yeah, I took custody of a side-scan sonar. They render almost near photographic imagery of the seafloor. We were doing this mapping in the defensive sea area, identifying potential targets. One in particular was very, very interesting.
It was a perfect straight line, 80 feet long, with a little bump where there would be a conning tower.
Terry took a look at those images and he got very excited. He basically said, well, that's got to be it. The big question was he right? After so many years of looking for this mini-sub, Terry basically said, I want to have a shot at that target. Okay, your call. We'll go for it.
And once again, there was stuff all over the place.
Yeah, here's an airplane part.
And we couldn't believe what came out of the dark.
What do we got here?
What's that?
A submarine.
Oh my God, it is. The first thing I saw was the very distinctive figure-8 torpedo guard. Oh my God, it was it!
Yeah, Roger.
It's it, it's a midget sub. One of the major objectives was to try to find the 3.5-inch, 4-inch hole that would be evidence that the Ward destroyer actually hit the conning tower. The guys operating gun number 3 swore that they hit the conning tower.
There is a definite hole through the conning tower at the base of the conning tower. There was that perfect hole right there, right where the Ward's crew said they hit it.
Gotta be the Ward midget, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was a very exciting day. That was like 10 years It took to finally find that sub. And it gave such closure to the Ward crew because it had never been confirmed.
Of course, there's absolute elation. Then it suddenly dawns on you that the remains of the two Japanese sailors, the engineer and the pilot, were still inside of it.
I actually had the pictures of the crews, and I'm looking at these faces of these young sailors. That was pretty sobering for all of us. The two crew were still in there, were the first victims of the Pacific War.
Can we move down toward the bow and maybe document the torpedoes on the team?
The next question was whether this sub was responsible for sinking any U.S. ships.
It looks like, yeah, both torpedoes are in.
Yeah,
Torpedoes? Got the torpedoes.
They're in it? Wow.
The two torpedoes were still in the bow, so it was pretty obvious that it didn't sink any ship.
With the Ward mini-sub found, there was just one more sub that was unaccounted for.
We just started to wonder if we hadn't already found the fifth and final midget sub.
Re-examining the three-piece sub revealed a critical clue. The figure-8 torpedo guard, the Japanese confirmed, was unique to all the subs in Pearl Harbor. So this was definitely one of the 5 midget subs from the Pearl Harbor attack.
Now, this is pretty cool to see this whole thing to come together.
Looking inside, the torpedoes were missing. So had they fired on any U.S. ships, as the Japanese claimed? Records show there were several ships in the area, so someone must have seen something. Turns out they did.
So the USS St. Louis was a light cruiser, and during the attack was heading out to sea when they looked over, and here comes 2 torpedoes, hit the reef and detonated about 200 yards off their starboard side. So the witnesses on the St. Louis account for these remaining 2 torpedoes. I think the facts and the evidence are there that basically show where all those torpedoes ended up. A midget submarine could not have fired torpedoes at battleships in Pearl Harbor. Finding the Japanese subs proved that they hadn't sunk any American warships. And just 3 years later, another team was tracking down a vital missing link about the Japanese attack from the air.
One of the planes that gave the Japanese the upper hand at Pearl Harbor was the legendary Zero fighter. At that time, the Japanese Zero was almost mythological. But why? Right over here, the blue panes of glass you can see are the original 1941 panes. And you can see the bullet damage through them from the attack. Me being the restoration director of the museum at the time, my quest was to try to find a Japanese aviation artifact that we could put in the museum. I started doing lots of research to try to find out what happened to all those wrecked Japanese Zeros.
Sid was able to locate what had happened to all but the one.
And that was the one that I remembered had landed on Niihau.
And from that, it was like a dog with a bone. He wasn't going to let it go until he tracked down where it was and what happened to it.
Probably the luckiest part of my life is to have a life partner that shares most of the same passions that I have.
I like research. I love digging and finding things. You know, the thrill is in the search sometimes, not the finding. Back in December of 1941, there were multiple newspaper articles about this Zero that crash landed. But it was sort of squashed after that.
Niihau was a private, isolated island close to Kauai. I kept trying to find ways to communicate with the owners of the island. Very difficult to get a hold of.
A lot of mystique was around it. It was called the Forbidden Island, and people had an idea that, of course, couldn't go there, strange things happened there.
For months, I kept trying to find out more information, either about the people that own Niihau or the airplane itself. And I'd find little dribs and drabs. By chance, I happened to run into an article about an electrical engineers conference that had been held. And one of the guest speakers had put on a special presentation, and it was about his visit to Niihau Island. And I went, wow, I need to find this guy. Called the number, left a message. We got the call from him. I said, by any chance, were you the fellow that gave the speech at the Electrical Engineers Conference? And he said, yep, I'm the one. And I said, you went to Niihau Island? And he said, yep. And I said, by any chance, do you know the owners of the island? And he said, Keith, yep, I know him. And I said, do you happen to have a way I could contact him? He said, I've got his phone number. And I said, great, will you give it to me? And he said, no.
Because the Robinson family had owned that island for almost 2 centuries, they are very private individuals. And if they don't like the cut of your jib, shall we say, you're not going to get anywhere.
Long story short, eventually we did contact Keith.
He drilled us pretty hard, and at the end of it, okay, obviously you're sincere and you're passionate about it, and I'm okay to help you. This is taking off from Kauai.
Way off in the distance there is Niihau, the Forbidden Island.
It was hard to know if we were going to find anything and whether we could get those artifacts out.
It's pretty
quite
rough country.
overgrown and rough.
And, you know, we're so used to being in Hawaii and seeing hotels and housing, and this island is completely void of anything. The airplane had been moved since the crash. And then later on, it was moved to kind of the middle of the island, and that's where we first saw it. This is the famous Niihau Zero, or what's left of it, which is actually some fairly significant parts. Keith vaguely remembers playing in it when he was a kid.
Oh, let me see in there. Yeah. It was kind of like that. It was kind of, except that that's a lot darker. Well, the stuff I knew was a lighter color than that.
And Keith remembers everything. The man has a mind like a trap. There's nothing escapes him.
This is right wing center section.
Collecting data, writing down all the coordinates, taking pictures. It was exciting to do that. I look at the videos and I can feel it all over again. You know, that excitement, that thrill of discovery.
There was a lot more to the wreckage than I first imagined.
It's a gold mine, absolute gold mine. It really was an inspiration to go, well, let's see what else we can find.
You can't get away from the feeling of history. Something big happened here.
I've often said that the T in KT stands for tenacious. Whether it's physically looking for it or digging it up underwater or on land or in the archives, I'm not going to let go until I find it, till I get the answer I'm looking for.
We found the plane that crashed. Now we wanted to know what had happened.
Finding the Holy Grail, the Rosetta Stone, shall we say, of this was finding the Mizuha report. So the Japanese plane came down near Howard Kanahano's house on Sunday, 7 December 1941, between 1 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The pilot, Nishikaichi, had sustained some damage while he was doing his strafing run and was running out of fuel and was headed to Niihau. He was not under power, so he had one chance and one chance only to find a spot.
The question is, what happened to the pilot and the airplane? We'd like to learn a lot more about it. Unfortunately, the Niihauans who were alive at the time of the event in 1941 are no longer with us, and so we can't ask them now, so Keith is our best shot.
Certainly never thought that we'd be able to come back here again.
It's still a fascinating place, and it has such a presence to it.
Watch out, there's 3 wires down here in the bushes, okay? Don't trip on them.
What do you remember of where the airplane actually came to a rest?
Okay. Nishikaichi's final approach was from there.
Right.
He sees this and he thinks, aha, I've got a nice slope upwind and uphill. I'll land there. Hawila was in the house, okay? Hawila heard this horrendous racket outside. So he dashed out to the plane. The pilot, Nishikaichi, is just coming to. Hawila noticed that Nishikaichi had a pocket full of papers and this uniform. He ripped that off. The Japanese aviator threatened the people. We went on this reign of terror, and things went from there.
So it all started here.
After threatening to kill everybody on the island if he doesn't get his papers, the pilot runs into Ben Kanahele's wife and Ben and threatens her.
And Benny tried to take the pistol away from the pilot.
Kanahele shot 3 times.
The Hawaiians are pretty tough folks. All it seemed to do was enrage Benny.
He got so mad he picked up the Japanese pilot, threw him against a brick wall, and then his wife came over and hit the Japanese pilot in the head with a rock and killing him.
But that wasn't the whole story. A lot of the American authorities knew a lot about the Zero, but they didn't know enough to understand why it was as good as they thought it was.
The Army, they came over and they wanted to look at the plane. Here is an example of the premier fighter from Japan, Zero. The Army hoped to find out what made this fighter so good.
Investigating the Zero, a lot of the airplane's parts were made from an extremely light zinc aluminum alloy called extra super Duralume. The aircraft was made even lighter by cutting holes into the actual internal airframe. The amount of weight was very small relative to the wing's lift, and that gave it immense maneuverability, particularly at slower and medium speeds. It made this airplane devastating in the Battle of Pearl Harbor. America's ability to get their hands on a nearly intact, rebuildable aircraft, that was a big deal.
Parts of this very plane gave U.S. aircraft designers and engineers insights that could defeat the Japanese Zero and possibly change the course of the war.
This Niihau Zero would have been a real find. It would have answered a lot of questions and perhaps saved American lives.
For us, the Zero was but one factor of the advanced technology the Japanese displayed at Pearl Harbor. But to truly understand what happened, you must also investigate the destroyed ships lying in the harbor, and in particular, the Arizona. For decades, getting access was impossible.
As a young boy, I think the thing that had the most influence on me was my father, because he loved World War II pictures. When I told my folks that I was going to Hawaii seeking a permanent position at Pearl Harbor, they were wildly excited because my family, my mom and my grandfather and grandmother, they were there. On the morning of December 7th, my grandfather was just coming off work. That Sunday, he planned to be taking my mom and the rest of the family for a picnic out on the North Shore. Suddenly, the roar of aircraft came over their heads. All along Battleship Row, the attack was erupting. The Arizona's life is extinguished at 8:06. My grandfather was on the other side of that filmmaking, about a quarter mile away. I asked him if when it exploded, it must have been deafening. He says, no, it wasn't. It was a concussion that you could feel against your body. The casualties that occurred that day, nearly half of them are on the Arizona. 1,177 officers, sailors, and Marines died.
Nearly 1,000 were never recovered. The whole area was designated as a war grave. And so for many decades, no one was allowed to search the Arizona. But the question still remained, what exactly caused the disaster? It was thought to be a safe, protected harbor.
That professional curiosity led to connecting with Dan Linehan and Larry Nordby and all of those that were part of the Submerged Cultural Resource Unit that operated then out of New Mexico.
Some pretty obvious irony there to have a diving operation in the desert. We were asked to find out what sunk at the Arizona.
People didn't really understand fully what made it sink. Was it a torpedo or was it bombs? And that was unknown at the time we started doing our work.
Being real careful with placement of feet, fin movements, trying to keep your fins up away from the silt and staying out of...
We arrived in '83. It had been 40 years since anyone had at least openly dived that vessel.
We didn't know what was down there, what was left.
Finally, after all this time, we're going to find out.
Wow, this does take me back. It really hits your gut and heart when you're working on this ship. The USS Arizona, that's considered the holy site, you know.
The first time I saw it was a very powerful experience. I just wanted to think about what was on the other side of those bulkheads. It's hard to imagine the force of such an explosion that led to such a terrible loss of life.
One has to understand that this ship generally had the shape of some wreckage, but no one knew it was down there. It was all twisted and turned around. The whole ship was kind of a puzzle. That suggested that this ship had to be completely mapped.
They were going to map the ship from stem to stern. In other words, bow to stern. I was asked if I wanted to help, and I said, absolutely.
No one had ever mapped a 600-foot battleship underwater. So therein came the problem.
We think of Pearl Harbor as sort of a pristine and water environment, but it's not. The visibility is low.
The whole idea that we had was to use cave diving reels to make a long, white, straight line. It sounds really, really crude, and it is, because that's the only real way to work where you can't see. And if you don't have a way of getting out, you're going to die.
This is a 600-foot plus long vessel, up to 100 feet wide, and you're learning it 2 or 3 feet at a time, that's all.
And they would bring the drawing in, I would get it, and then run it up to the National Park Service artist. It was great. The ship was now progressionally being put together like a mosaic. Not only was I understanding the history that way, I was part of it.
What we created was a detailed map of the entire ship, something never done before, hoping to reveal exactly what caused such a disaster.
For the American fleet, I think that they felt comfortable here because they were in shallow waters. Pearl Harbor's only 45 to 50 feet deep. And the technology was a torpedo couldn't do that at that time. They had no idea that the Japanese had actually found a solution to the shallow water torpedo problem. What I have here is a scale model. It's about 1/10 scale. This is the thing that made this torpedo capable of being dropped at Pearl Harbor, because when the torpedo is dropped into the water, these wooden fins break away. They have broken the fall of the torpedo, and now it runs at about 25 feet of water towards its target. The USS Utah was struck by 2 torpedoes, so we wanted to find out if they had also struck the USS Arizona.
We were looking for deformation on that port side of the ship. That's the side that the torpedoes would have come into. Deformation would be a rippling. It would ripple that metal.
When the Arizona was overhauled, they added a torpedo blister to the outside of the hull, which is designed for a torpedo to hit that and go off instead of hitting the hull directly. The torpedo blister is this double line along the edge of the hull on either side, and no damage was visible there.
We came up with nothing there, no damaged metal.
There just was no evidence of any torpedo hit on the Arizona.
We created an incredible map that brought us to the conclusion that it wasn't torpedoes that sunk the ship. It would take extraordinary leaps of technology, 30 years later, to fully understand what did happen to the Arizona.
As a kid growing up, our family talked a lot about the Arizona and the attack on Pearl Harbor. I'm certainly intrigued by history, and having the chance to work here, it's a pretty big honor.
To really understand what happened here, we need more than just ink drawings. We needed to see the detail inside and out. Divers can't enter the ship because it's a war grave. But by 2016, the technology was small enough for remotely operated vehicles to enter the interior of the Arizona.
We were hoping that all this high-tech equipment would lead to a more precise and better understanding of the ship.
We hope to inspect the condition of the ship and the full extent of the damage from the attack.
So this is me swimming the ROV over to one of the hatches near turret 4. You see these views of the ship that has rarely been seen by anybody, ever. And you can see that this is a table here, and that's actually a full light bulb. That's a desk, and to the right of it, you can see a sink. Look at this desk, and look at how preserved it is. It's been underwater for 80-some years.
But more than just inspecting the interior, we can now monitor the condition of the ship so we can better protect it for the future. So, we also scanned the exterior of the ship. The accuracy we get now from multi-beam sonar is jaw-dropping. This allows us to see the wreck of the Arizona in more detail than ever before. You can see the stern of the vessel is largely intact. There's not much damage at all. Close to barbette number 4, you can see damage to the deck where a bomb exploded. There's damage to the deck near the main mast indicating a second bomb. And near the portside guns is further evidence of a third.
But as you go forward, you're in a blast zone. Everything has been decimated by this massive force. The ship has literally collapsed in on itself, 3 decks, pancaked down.
This certainly wasn't any ordinary bomb explosion.
To take out the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese developed a high-level bomb that was a formal naval shell to be an aerial bomb so that it could pierce the armored decks of the battleships. The bomb that will end her life goes down through the deck of the ship, in between gun turrets number 1 and 2, on that starboard side. It plunges down and then ignites the forward magazines. Some people think that was nearly a kiloton of energy. Those that saw it, like my grandfather, he thought nobody could live through that. And he was pretty much right. The amount of American servicemen killed on the Arizona is horrifying. People from all over the world, they come here just to see where it happened, to experience that. When you go to the Circle of Remembrance, you see the enormity of it all. And you see those names arrayed across that marble, you're stunned. No one talks loudly. But they stare. They stare at that wall, and some of them seek to see a name that's similar to theirs, and perhaps wonder.